Hey everybody, and welcome back to my garage. Apologies for being a couple of minutes later than I had planned. I needed to reboot my camera because it was saying there was no battery in it when of course there was. So, but I'm back. Hello, welcome back everybody. Welcome if you're joining me for the very first time. Welcome if this is your 7th time watching my live streams. I appreciate your company on this Tuesday evening. It's Halloween of course, so if you're celebrating that, have a great evening. But I guess if you're here watching this with me, then you're not celebrating it, and that's cool. So let's say hello to a few people in the chat. Adam was first in the chat, says, oh, marvellous, another live stream. I love Roman candles, especially the pearl ones. Yes, this stream we're going to be looking at Roman candles. We've got a few of those we need to prepare for my display, which I'm doing on Bonfire Night, which is this coming Sunday. Shimmer and Shine official channel says, hi Marco, I just came back from trick-or-treating, my feet hurt. I'm sitting upstairs in my room watching you live. Well, welcome. Thank you for being here, and thank you for coming back and watching another one of my live streams. Leo White says hi. Hello, Leo. 3D printer guy. Hi, Mark. I had the same as Shimmer and Shine, taking my young brother around. Someone tried a kick and run on a few streets down, and I caught the idiot and rang the doorbell. Yeah. Rob says, hey, pal. No audio. It's low. Is the audio okay? I've got audio. Let me turn the audio up on my laptop and see if I can hear it. I can hear, oh, there, Rob says it was me, sorry. I don't know, Rob, what you like. Right, Leo says I've got audio. Rob's saying hi to everyone. Yes, so it's Halloween, it's trick-or-treat night here in the UK and of course around the world as well. Not something I do, not something I do with my daughter, not something we kind of celebrate, but I know a lot of people do and have a lot of fun doing it. So that's great. So yeah, so for those of you who are watching for the very first time, my name's Mark. I do pyrotechnics, I do them professionally and also as a hobby. I'm doing a firework display this coming Sunday, which is Bonfire Night here in the UK, over in Liverpool. And it's limited on space that I have there, so I can't do any of the really big fireworks. I'm sort of confined to smaller fireworks, but I'm still going to do a great display anyway. So over the past week or so, I've been doing a number of these live streams, showing you guys how I prepare as much as I can beforehand to make it a lot easier when it comes to the actual setup on the day itself. A lot of it is already set up and just going to be put into place. So we've been doing fountain boards, we've been doing cakes, we've been doing mines, we've been doing all kinds of single shots, all sorts of great things. Today we're going to be looking primarily at Roman candles. I've prepped pretty much everything else now, and actually I spent this afternoon starting to program my show. My show is going to be all electronically fired from my firing system. I started programming that this afternoon. It will be tweaked before Sunday. I need to get the duration kind of how I want it. I aim for a show duration of somewhere between about 10 and 15 minutes. I try and aim for about 12 or 13. From experience, I find that if you do it any shorter than that, the audience feel a bit shortchanged. If you do it any longer than 15 minutes, the audience can start to, get a bit bored of it. So 10 to 15 minutes, somewhere in that region kind of works well. So when I originally planned my show today, this afternoon, when I put it all in the computer, without any overlap, so I basically put all the fireworks in the order I want to fire them without any overlap, so one after the other. It came in about 18 minutes, so I've obviously had to condense that down. I do overlap a number of fireworks as well, so that's brought it down. So as it stands at the moment, I think it's down to about 13 and a half minutes, 13 minutes 40 seconds or something like that. I've taken a couple of cakes out of the display to bring it down as well. The ones I've taken out, one of them was, if you watch my other stream, let me find the firework and I can show you. So I wanted to put a firework in by Absolute Fireworks called Coco, and I didn't get Coco. The retailer, who I won't name, gave me another firework and said it's effectively the same as Coco, but I can find very little information about this. I've only been able to find one video on it, and it looks nothing like Coco. So it's this one here. It's Battle Bus 50 shots by Firework Superstore. So it's meant to be the same as Coco, but I say I can only find one video of it, and it didn't look anything like Coco. So it also didn't last anywhere near, because Coco's meant to last 50 seconds. The video I've seen on this only lasts 35. So I'm really unsure how this is going to perform. So I decided to take this one out of the display. 3D printer guy saying hi to Rob. 3D printer guy saying happy Halloween. Seen a good amount of pyro going off tonight. Yeah, pyrotechnics, fireworks becoming really popular now on Halloween. And I think that's because they're available in supermarkets from before Halloween. So people buy them and have little parties and stuff on Halloween and use fireworks for those. 3D Printer Guy also says, when you are programming your show, do you give a few seconds for the talent to fire each cue? Yes, I do. Again, this isn't a pyro musical, so I'm not overly concerned about timings on this. But from experience, talons, which is what I use to ignite my fireworks. Let me get a talon here to show you guys if you've not seen one before. This is a talon. It clips onto the fuse, the existing fuse on a firework. You put a voltage, a current through here. The little wire inside, little coil, you won't be able to see it on camera. It glows really hot, it burns through, and it ignites the fuse, which in turn ignites the firework. But obviously there's a bit of a delay. Visco fuse on fireworks burns around 1 centimetre a second, and normally the fuse is about 7 centimetres long before it gets into the firework, to give you time to light the tip of it and get away if you're hand lighting. I'm electronically lighting, so I try and clip these as close to the entry point of the firework as I can. And from experience, that then gives me a delay of anywhere between about 3 and 4 seconds. I go for about 3. So yes, I've programmed that in to my firing system. So everything that's being fired on talons, which is probably 95% of this show, is being fired on talons. I program in a 3-second delay to account for that. So the time that I want the firework to go on at, I program in, and my software automatically puts in an ignition time 3 seconds earlier. So that's for talons. Some of the fireworks I'm going to be using are theatrical pyrotechnics, which are already pre-match, pre-wired, so they're instantaneous. And there are going to be a few that I e-match on the day as well, so they're going to be instantaneous as well. But yes, I do program in a delay of about 3 seconds. It's somewhere between about 3 and 4. So I say it's not a pyro musical, this display, so it's not set to music, so timing wise doesn't have to be precise. And my firing system does allow me to pause the script as it's running through and also advance, jump to the next cue. So if there's gaps in the display, I can kind of just jump to the next cue, or if things are going too fast, I can slow it down and pause it and things like that. So I can kind of tweak it a little bit on the day as well. So everybody's saying happy Halloween to everyone. Leah White said, yeah, just done a little pyro show of mine in the garden. Say the neighbours might not be too happy. Yeah, but I think people now expect fireworks, don't they, on Halloween? I don't think people are that surprised if fireworks go off on Halloween, because it is so close to Bonfire Night, of course. Bonfire Night is on Sunday, which is, what, 5 days away now. So Shimmer and Shine got some treats while watching you. Okay, great. So yeah, so as I say, I started programming this today. I don't usually leave it this late to program. I usually actually program my show before I start prepping my fireworks, but just the way it's worked this year, I didn't get all my fireworks until yesterday. They were coming in dribs and drabs from various different suppliers and retailers and things. So I finally got all my fireworks, so I know exactly what I've got available to me. So I programmed it all in without any gaps, without any kind of overlaps, just using the expected duration of each firework, programming it in, and that came out to about 18 minutes, which for me was a bit too long. I want to bring it down sub 15. So I rearranged some things, overlapped a few things, had multiple things firing at once. It still came out to about nearly 16 minutes. So I've taken a few bits out. So one of them is this battle bus, because I ordered Coco from Absolute Fireworks, which is a great firework. This is the same number of shots, same powder weight. This is called Battle Bus by Fireworks Superstore. I can't really find any information on this. I can only find one video online, and it looked nothing like Coco, and didn't last anywhere near as long either. So I don't really know what this is going to do, how it's going to perform. So I've decided I'll take this one out of my display to shorten it. So I'm not losing any sleep over that. I'll be able to use that in another display at another time, no problem at all. I have already put a talon on it. This is safe though, it's not an e-match, it's a talon, so I can just leave that talon on, and if I come to fire this next year, the year after, it will be absolutely fine. Talons don't really have like an expiration date on. I've got talons here that I bought 2, 3, 4 years ago. They're still working fine. So so yeah, that's one of the ones I took out. I took out a couple more as well, little ones that weren't really adding an awful lot to the display and were quite similar to other cakes. So I say my display now is down to 13 minutes 40 seconds. So I may drop it down a touch more, we'll see. I say I try and go a little bit over what I like. I try, again, like I say, between 10 and 15 minutes. I try and go for about 12 and a half, kind of midpoint. But then I always go a little bit over, because if I have a firework that doesn't fire for whatever reason, if the talon igniter doesn't ignite the firework, obviously there'll be a gap in my display, so I have to kind of skip ahead to the next firework. And some of these fireworks could last 30, 40 seconds, so I could have a 30, 40 second shorter show than I would expect. So by aiming for 13 minutes 40, which is what I've got now, if a 40-second firework doesn't go off, it still brings my display down only to 13 minutes, which is still reasonable. So yeah, that tends to be as well. We talked about compound fireworks on one of the other streams. I'm not using any compound fireworks in this. The reason being that compound fireworks, if you don't know what they are, it's basically a number of cakes all fused together, and you light one fuse and the whole firework goes off. Compound fireworks tend to last over a minute, minute and a half, 2 minutes even, some even longer than that. And so the risk with that is if you light it and it doesn't go, or only half goes or whatever, you've got that big gap of 2+ minutes in your display, which if you have to jump to the next firework is going to shorten your display by 2+ minutes. So by using shorter duration fireworks, if a firework doesn't fire for whatever reason and you have to skip to the next one, you're only shortening your show by 30, 40 seconds, which isn't too bad. So that's where we're up to on that side. The cakes I've got are all waterproofed. I've been doing those on the other streams. I've assembled some cake boxes. You'll see those on my stream yesterday. I actually streamed for a total of 6 hours yesterday over 2 streams, which my wife pointed out to me was a quarter of the day I spent streaming yesterday. So there you go. But hey, I enjoyed it and I hope you guys did too. 9 of you here at the moment, so thank you for being here. Shimmer and Shine says, did you have anyone knocking on your door this evening? No, we turn all the lights off on the front of the house and we turn the doorbell off. It's just easier. My daughter doesn't really like the doorbell going off at the best of times, certainly not in the evening. And as some people have been saying in the chat as well, trick or treat, you can sometimes get some idiots out there. It's not the kind of... I've spent time in America and chatted to, I've got lots of American friends and we talk about Halloween because it's a big thing over in America. But it's fun over there. You know, there's no kind of menaceness in it, if that's the word, menacing. There's just kind of, it's just fun. Whereas over here, there's kind of a bit of a darker side to it and loads of idiots around causing trouble and stuff. So we tend not to bother with Halloween here in our household. So yeah, we don't have people on the door because we just turn the lights off so the house is dark. And people generally respect that over in the UK. Most people do. Those out trick-or-treating, if they see lights on in a house and a pumpkin or coloured light or whatever, they'll go and knock on the door. If they see no lights on, it's kind of an indication that, you know, you don't want to be bothered. So so there we go. So that's where we're up to. So yes, it's Halloween, 31st of October 2023 for those of you watching the replay in the future. You've just come back in time. But thank you for being here. If you are watching on the replay, you can still comment, even though you're not in the live chat, because I'm talking to people who are actually communicating with me in real time on the live chat here on YouTube. But if you're watching on the replay, why not drop a comment and say you're watching on the replay, and I will respond to those comments as well. So yes, most of my prep is done. My fountain tables are done. My cakes are done. I've basically got my candles to do, which is what I'm going to do on this stream. So we're going to look at how I prepare these. So I've got a few different candles to do. I've got a few out here. Let's get the rest out from this display. So I did cut a couple of candles as well to bring the timing down, but I've still got a good number left. So I just like to have a good mix of different sorts of fireworks in my displays. You know, I know some people just do firework displays just using cakes, and that's fine. But, you know, the display I'm going to be doing, it's going to be for all ages, it's going to be families, it's going to be young kids there. I like to have a good variety of different types of fireworks. So there's all kinds of different types of fireworks in this display. There's fountains, there's wheels, there's Catherine wheels, there's mines, there's candles, there's strobes, there's flames, Bengal flares, there's crackling granules. There's all kinds of different things going on. So pretty much every single type of firework available is going to be in this display in some way, shape or form. So I've got a couple of these to go in the display. Twilight candles from Zeus, 56 shots. Really nice. Zeus do a range of about, I think, 3 or 4 different candles of this size. Brazilian is a good one. Britannia Waves, things like that. And Twilight is the one I managed to get hold of for this display. I've then got a couple of Yorgi candle barrages. These are really quite big. I don't know how many shots. These are 96 shots in these. Some weight in them. Net explosive content of these. Let's have a little look. 248 grams in those, and I've got 2. Yorgi do different ones. They do a candle barrage 1, 2, 3, and possibly even a 4. I was only able to get hold of candle barrage 1, but hey, never mind. I've never actually fired a Yorgi candle barrage, but I do like Yorgi products, so I'm curious to see what they're going to be like. So a couple of those, a couple of Twilight. Let's catch up on the chat. Shimmer and Shine. Someone tried to throw a firework at me, dodged it, and called the police. They came and arrested him. Yeah, you see, this is what I mean. For those of you who live outside the UK, and for whom Halloween is like a fun kind of thing, over here we do get people throwing fireworks. I know when I was younger, somebody trick-or-treated at my parents' house when I was a kid and threw a banger at my mum. Unfortunately, it didn't hit her, but so, you know, there is that kind of undertone that runs throughout Halloween over here in the UK, which is a shame because it spoils it for people, but yeah. 3D printer guy, in my display, I'm building sub from fountains to candles and then some cakes, yeah. There was a group of gangs shooting fireworks near my mum's car, yeah. John is here. Hi, John. Surfbomb, welcome in. So yeah, 3D printer guy starting with fountains and building up, and that's certainly one way to do it. In my display, if you saw the fountain boards I built, there's like 12 fountains on there, so quite a lot of fountains. So I kind of mix it up a little bit in this display. So rather than just doing all fountains at the start and then moving to candles and then moving to cakes, it's going to be mixed up. So there's going to be some cakes going off whilst there's some fountains going on to give you those kind of layers, if you like. So not everything just up in the sky, some stuff at low level as well. It's going to be a bit of a mix of fountains, cakes, candles, all kind of throughout the display. There is, I've kind of worked out, I've got quite a lot of low noise pieces, excuse me, low noise pieces in this display. So I'm actually going to do a section, a little low noise section kind of before the finale. So going to be quite a bit of noise at the start, fountains, cakes, all those kind of things. It's then going to go into a nice little low noise section for about 4 or 5 minutes, and then it's going to finish with my big finale. I don't want to talk too much about the finale to spoil it, but I like to do something a little bit different each year with my finales. It's really easy to just use a dump cake at the end and have that as your finale, and I've done that in the past. I've used like Brexit from Celtic, which is a brilliant firework. I've used Vivid Screaming Demons, which is lovely. Celtic, I think last year I used a Celtic Ghost Rider and a Screaming Demons together, and they look really good as a finale. But it is kind of a bit of a cheat to do a dump cake as a finale. Yeah, I've done it before, it's really easy. So I'm going to do something a little bit different finale this time. We'll see if it works or not. It is always really difficult when you're trying to choreograph displays using consumer fireworks because the timings on things are not always exact. Professional level fireworks and also pyrotechnics, the durations are pretty accurate. If it says it's going to last 40 seconds, it's going to last 40 seconds. In consumer fireworks, if it says it's going to last 40 seconds, it might last 30, it might last 50. So rather than having a dump cake in my finale, there's going to be a number of different fireworks all kind of building, if you like, layering on top of each other. It is really difficult to kind of get those to all finish at exactly the same time because you don't really know the exact duration. So all I can do is kind of estimate that. I can look at lots of different videos on YouTube, as many different product videos for each firework as I can find, try and work out, are they all the same length? Is there a bit of a variation? And just kind of try and work around that and tweak that. So finale might not be as exact a finish as I would like, but we shall see. It should be good nonetheless. So, and there we go. Yeah, so Shimmer and Shine saying hello to everyone. Right, so yeah, we've got a couple of Zeus candles, 56 shots. We've got a couple of Yorgi candles, 96 shots. We've got some Yorgi Storm 3 candles and Yorgi Storm 4 candles. I think I've got like 5 of each of those, 4 or 5 of those. Let's get the rest of those out. And again, everything is category F2 in this display because I'm limited on space. So all these candles are all F2, so spectators only need to be, I think, 8 meters away on all of these. It might be 15 on some of them, but I've got the space to be able to do that. So there we go. We got some Yorgi Storm 3s and Storm 4s. Again, I've not fired those before, so I'm kind of looking forward to seeing those. The effects on Storm 3 are described as red, green, yellow, and silver tail. On Storm 4, red, lemon, blue, and purple stars. So these are basically stars in Storm 4. Storm 3 have more kind of glitter tails to them, so nice to use kind of both. Giuseppe says, in consumer fireworks, you have 2 safety distances for fire and spectator. Does that mean a firework is built also to be safe the fire distance. Yeah, that is a very good point, actually. Let's see if I can find a firework that says it. So some fireworks just say, like this one here, it just says safety information for outdoor use only. Avoid overhead obstructions. Place firmly and upright on a solid post. Ensure top of battery clears post. Do not fire near tall buildings, trees similar. Remove orange fuse. Blah blah blah. Light fuse it to outermost length and retire immediately at least 8 meters. So this doesn't say anything about spectators. It just says retire at least 8 meters. So to me, spectators could be 8 meters away from that, and the firer could be 8 meters away from that. Let's see if it says anything different on the Yorgi ones. Let's find the instructions in in English first. Here we go. Yeah, again, this one is light fuse at outermost end and retire at least 8 meters. That doesn't say anything about spectators on that. Let's see what it says on these ones. Yeah, these again just retire at least 8 meters. I've also got some big, really big, these candles from Pyro Works. They're massive. They're so big. Let's see what these ones say. Yeah, so this one is a bit different. This one says bury at least a third deep. Standing sideways, light fuse at the outermost end and retire immediately at least 8 meters. Ensure the shot tube will not fall over. Spectators are recommended to be at least 15 meters away. So for this one, it's saying the firer can be 8 meters away, spectators can be 15, or should be recommended to be 15 meters away. So yes, some products do have those two different distances on. In fact, if you watched my stream yesterday, I actually had to take out a firework from my display that was category 2 but said spectators need to be 25 meters away, which is really unusual. Normally category F2 spectators need to be either 8 or 15 meters away, and category F3 spectators need to be 25 meters away. But I had a firework. Let's see if I still got it to hand here to show you guys the label. Yeah, here it is. So this is a new firework for 2023 from Brothers. It's called Head Games. It looks really good, but the information on the back, I don't know if it will focus on here, but it's category F2. It says light fuse at its outermost end and retire immediately at least 15 meters. Spectators must be at least 25 meters away. So again, you have to look at the wording on this. If this said spectators recommended to be 25 meters away, you could possibly get away with it. This says spectators must be 25 meters away. So you do have to follow the instructions on here. And as a result, I've had to take this out of my display because I say all my product here is all F2, 8 or 15 meters. This was F2. All the websites you can find this on to buy say it's F2 and say the safety distance is 8 meters. So I bought this thinking it was going to be fine. Read the label and it says spectators must be at least 25 meters away. I'm like, I can't really use that now. So I've taken that out. So you've got to be careful of the wording and say, this one says spectators must be at least 25 meters away. On this candle, it said spectators are recommended to be 15 meters away. So it's all about the wording. Really, I would always follow the recommendation, but again, that is a recommendation. So does there need to be, why is there a different distance between fireworks for spectators and for the firer? Well, I guess it's because the firer, when you're firing fireworks, you should have some kind of knowledge of what you're doing and be able to light fireworks safely, and also be aware of the risks of fireworks. So it's assumed that you kind of, as a firer, take on a little bit more risk, but also you have a bit more knowledge of the products that you're firing, how they should behave and what to do if they go wrong. So you can be a little bit closer because you accept that risk. Spectators won't know anything about this firework. They won't know how it performs. They won't know when it's being lit and things like that. So that's why it needs to be further away. At the end of the day, the further away you can get your spectators, the better. Some of this stuff that says 8 meters, my spectators are going to be further away than 8 meters. I'm not doing them exactly 8 meters. I think I've got about, there's going to be, let me think about my site plan. I think there's 12 meters between the front of the audience and the very first firework. But the very first fireworks are very, very small, like category F1 things where the audience only need to be a meter away minimum. My fountain boards, I think, are going to be about 15 meters away, which will be fine. So these candles are going to be even further back, and then my cakes are going to be even further back, 20 odd, maybe even possibly 23, 24 meters away. So perfectly fine for F2, but obviously I can't quite get that 25-metre distance for F3, so I'm not going to chance it. Everything is going to be F2. But I say safety distances are interesting, because if you get a cake, like all these cakes say F2, and someone will say spectators need to be 8 metres away, they will shoot their effects more than 8 metres into the sky. So if one of those falls over towards the audience, that could still fire into the audience. So, always be mindful of these when you're looking at safety distances. So yeah, fireworks are, this fires, for example, this fires higher than 8 metres. So if this was to fall over and you were 8 metres away and it fell towards you, then, you'd get hit by it. So just always bear those things in mind. Less of an issue with fountains. It's rare to find a fountain that goes above 8 metres high. I think the largest fountains I've got in this, the Goldilocks ones, I think they reach a height of about 4 metres. I know other people said, oh, they reach a height of 7 metres. They don't. 4 metres, 5 pushing it maybe. So plenty of distance there from the spectators. Shimmer and Shine says it's raining on Bonfire Night on Saturday. Well, Bonfire Night, of course, is Sunday. I'm going to be doing a little display there on the Saturday, live streamed right here on my channel from my back garden. Do it every year around Bonfire Night. It's always a lot of fun, so stay tuned for that. Giuseppe says, would the fire distance be the safety distance and spectator, not for optimal viewing? Yeah, it's the safety distance. Optimal viewing, really, basically, the further away you can be, the better. Some of like the big category F3 fireworks that have a safety distance of 25 metres, and yet they're sky filling and fanned and all this. Like, if you're only 25 metres away, you're still not going to appreciate the full effect. You need to be like 50, 75 metres back to be able to kind of fully appreciate it. So they're minimums, I would say. 3D printer guy, I've seen some F2 products that are rated at 8 metres, but with 25, 30mm tubes. I wouldn't think of doing that. Yeah, absolutely, and that's why I've got nothing in this display over 25mm tubes, and the 25mm tube ones I have are going to be right in the back of my display, where I can get about 23, 24 metres safety distance. But yes, you can get some F2 products, and we were having a discussion about this, weren't we, on the stream yesterday, about whether really fireworks need to be reclassification of them a little bit in the UK. So instead of having category F2 and F3, there's perhaps a category in between for currently F2 stuff that's 30mm tubes, that's not quite F3 but really shouldn't be F2. So yeah, 3D printer guy says, with some fireworks I like to give more than 8 metres if they have crackles. I've seen them go quite far before. Yes, that's true. And some of the fountains, I've got the popcorn fountains from Vulcan, look really quite big. I haven't fired them myself yet. The safety distance on those, I think, is 8 metres. Let me find one. They're behind the camera now. Let me just see what the distance is on those. I know the Goldilocks fountain is a 15-metre distance. The popcorn fountains, again, Cat 2. Let's see what it says. Yeah, you see that just says standing sideways, light fuse at its outermost end and retire immediately 8 metres. So that doesn't say anything about spectators. So in theory, you could have spectators as close as 8 metres to those Vulcan and popcorn fountains. My audience are going to be a bit further away on that because I don't know how big they're going to be. I do try wherever possible to fire product myself. Like these Twilight candles I've fired, these have been around for years. I've fired these, so I know, I know how these are going to perform. Quite a few of the other fireworks I'm firing, I've fired myself before and seen them, so I've witnessed them my own eyes, so I've got a good idea of how big they are. Some of them, though, are new to me, like these Yorgi candle barrages. I have seen this fired. I filmed the official product video for this, so I know how that performs. I've seen quite a few videos of these Storm 3, Storm 4s, not fired them yet myself. So, yeah, it's always good if you can get to see the fireworks you're using with your own eyes before you actually use them in the display. That helps massively. It really does. So yeah, these are the candles we've got. There's been some interesting talk on the forum today about the Aurora Borealis candle. This is from Pyroworks. Pyroworks, relatively new, they're a new brand to the UK. They only launched last year, so this is kind of their first full year. And this is their candle. It's 300 shots. It's an absolute beast in terms of its size. People are saying, oh, is there quite a lot of air inside? Well, I have fired this one before, but it was in the dark. I didn't really get a chance to kind of have a look inside. So we're going to have a look inside that today. But what people have noticed today is actually it's a rewrap. There is actually a label underneath the Aurora Borealis label. So I'm kind of a little bit curious to see that. So we're going to take the label off this and have a little look see if there's a label underneath. So we'll do that in a bit as well. So that's Aurora Borealis. And we got the Twilight candles, we got the Storm 3s and Storm 4s, and we got the Candle Barrage 1. We did also have a couple of Vivid 56 shots in this display, which I think I put over here somewhere. Yeah, we had some Vivid 56 shots, special white strobes as well. I've cut those out of the display. I say I needed to bring the duration down a little bit. These weren't particularly adding anything, and also these are going to become quite a rarity because Vivid aren't bringing any more of these into the country. So these are going to be, well, these are already pretty scarce to get hold of in the UK. So I'm going to kind of save these, keep hold of these for a special occasion. So they've gone from the display, but they are really nice candles. I really love Vivid's 56 shot candles, and I hope one day they are going to bring them back, but we shall see. So, so yeah, let's clear a bit of space on this table for now. Let's move those out of the way. Let's move the Twilights out of the way, and let's move these Storm 3s and Storm 4s. 8-shot Roman candles. They're decent size. I think they're about 21mm bore size, so they look all right. They look decent. I think there's obviously a Storm 1 and Storm 2 as well, but it's only able to get hold of Storm 3 and Storm 4. That said, I did also get hold of a few other Yorgi candles at the same time, some Dream 1s and some Spinners and various other things, but I'm not going to use those in this display. It doesn't need it. So Giuseppe says, I wonder if the Cube 88... Yes, I discovered when I was basically trying to Google this today and try and find out what the product was underneath it. I've not been able to find it yet, but I did come across the Cube Gatling candle, and it looks very similar, doesn't it, to this as well. So I'm guessing they're all made in the same factory. But yeah, I'm going to take the label off here. This is kind of a spare one. Obviously, the label underneath, from what I've seen on the photos, isn't a British label, it's a Chinese label. Pyroworks do actually have an exclusivity deal with the factory in China, that the factory in China will only make product for the next 3 years, I think, for Pyroworks for the UK. So they don't make product for anybody else in the UK. So the firework label that's underneath here is not a UK product, it's a China product. So just be wary if you're curious and you want to take the label off yourself. If you do that, you'll take all the safety information off. You'll effectively have a Chinese firework that technically isn't legal in the UK. So keep the label on if you can. This is a spare one that I'm not using in my display, so I'm going to take the label off and see. 300 shots, like, yes, as I say, I looked at the footage of Cube's Gatling candle, and it looked quite similar to this. So this has been around a couple of years now from Pyroworks. So I think there's another label underneath here. So I'm just going to try and have a look, see if I can tease off this label without doing too much damage to the candle. Well, without doing too much damage to the label. I'm not going to damage the candle. So I'm doing this so you guys don't have to, because I say if you take the safety information off all the British CE marking and stuff, and it's a Chinese wrapper underneath, it's technically not a legal firework anymore in the UK. So maybe if I use my knife here. King's Crown says, new subscriber, love your channel, Marco. King's Crown, thank you very much, I appreciate that. I think that's the first time seeing you in the chat, so welcome to my channel. Thanks for subscribing. I appreciate your company here. And Veronica and Todd are here. Are you doing this for a big show? So I'm doing this for a public display in Liverpool this coming Sunday, Bonfire Night. Last year when I did the display, I think there was just over 300 people there. So last year it wasn't on Bonfire Night itself, it was a day or two either side, I can't remember which. This year it's actually going to fall on Bonfire Night. So potentially there might be 300-400 people at this display. Space is quite limited on the site though, so I do smaller fireworks on here, but there's enough good product out there now that's category F2 that you can actually do some pretty high-end displays just using category 2 product. So I'm just trying to just gently tease this. It is of course glued on, this wrapper, but I think there's another wrapper underneath, which I'm curious more than anything to have a look. So there we go, it's coming off. So yeah, so for anybody else that's new, my name's Mark. This is my channel, all about fireworks, pyrotechnics, all those kind of things. I do fireworks professionally and also as a bit of a hobby, a bit of enthusiast. I've been passionate about fireworks pretty much all my life, so I like to kind of show you guys what I'm up to and stuff on my channel. I do videos, reviews, unboxings, exclusive footage of brand new fireworks that nobody else has ever seen before on my channel. And my channel's family friendly as well, so you won't get any bad language or swearing or anything inappropriate on these live streams or my videos. So they're suitable for children to watch as well. If you've got children that are interested in fireworks, I'm not going to show them anything illegal or anything like that, and there's not going to be any bad language. So my streams are always going to be family friendly. So yeah, welcome in. Bulletproof Mum is here again. Hello. I'm here but listening, cleaning up kids' Halloween party. I hope that went well. 3D Printer Guy, I have a question about the Abingdon festival display. Some of the shells were massive. Do you know how large they were? No, I didn't actually get to that this year, but I've heard things about it. In terms of the size of the shell, I think the largest shell that's been fired in the UK is, I think, about 12-inch, possibly a 16, nothing above 16. But it's been a few years since those kind of size shells have been imported. So any of those size shells really are kind of what display companies kind of have left over, and there's no new stuff coming in. I did a display at the weekend and we used six 8-inch shells. So 8 inch is kind of pretty much the largest that most firework companies use. Occasionally they might use a 12. I'm not sure about Abingdon. I would guess at 12, possibly as big as 16, but realistically probably just a 12 inch shell there. And Veronica's saying hit the button. Yes, there's a little like button on this live stream. Do me a favor, click like on it. It just lets YouTube know that you kind of like this sort of content. And that would be greatly appreciated. Of course, if you don't like this content, don't click like. You can always click dislike if you don't like it. Or just, hey, you know what, if you don't like this stream, turn it off. Watch something else. I do wonder, why does YouTube bother with a dislike button? Because really, if somebody doesn't like a video, don't watch it, turn it off. Anyway, so yes, if you're just tuning me in, this is an Aurora Borealis candle from Pyroworks. But it's been brought to my attention that actually there's another label underneath for a completely different firework, which I'm really curious about. So I am just trying to take the wrapper off here as best I can without damaging the label, so that I can always reaffix it, because if I take this label off and the label underneath is in Chinese and there's no CE marking and no safety information, then technically it then becomes an illegal firework. So 3D Printer Guy says it was 16-inch a good few years back. Yeah. Yes, say 16 to my knowledge is the largest that's ever been used in a display in the UK. Someone may be able to correct me on that, but that's my understanding. The largest size I've personally fired has been 8-inch. But do you know what? It's not always about the size, because the thing is, the bigger the shell, the further back it needs to be from your audience. So when I did this display at the weekend, we had 4 inches, 5 inches, 6 inches and 8 inches. The 8 inches were in a completely different field to the rest of them, so a lot further back. So even though they were bigger and they went higher up in the sky, because they were that further away, the effects weren't that much discernible from the 5 or 6 inches, which didn't go quite as high and were kind of a little bit closer to the audience. So it's all about perspectives really, rather than the size of these things. So there we go, that's coming off relatively cleanly. Just using my knife on here. Oh, but yes, there is another label under here, folks. And that looks like a Gatling gun. Yes, as we mentioned that a little bit earlier. Yeah, Cube have brought out a firework called Gatling gun, which is also 300 shots. I don't know if it's NEC is the same. Perhaps somebody could look this up. Aurora Borealis is 218.4 grams. I can't remember what Gatling gun is. I'm sure somebody can look that up. Cube Fireworks, a Gatling gun. Somebody let me know what the NEC is. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, NEC, net explosive content, is how much explosive is in a firework. Legally in the UK, all fireworks have to have that information on their product label to say how much explosive is in it. So this one is 218.4. So Let's have a look. No space anymore, isn't it? 25 meters per inch. So it's basically a meter for every millimeter diameter of shell as a rough kind of guidance. So if you've got a shell that's 100 mil diameter, which is what's that in inches? That would be 1, 2, 3, 4. So a 4-inch shell, your runnings need to be at least 100 meters away. So that's the kind of figure I work to. Other display companies might do it slightly differently, but as a kind of a general rule of thumb, it's 1 meter for every millimeter diameter of the shell. So if you had a 1 millimeter diameter shell, your audience would need to be a meter away. 10 millimeter diameter shell, your audience would need to be 10 meters away. But again, that's all shells in the UK. They're all category 4, so only available for use by professionals with specialist knowledge, specialist training. And actually, category 4 fireworks don't have safety distances on. You have to kind of assess each one individually and decide what safety distance to use. But as a general rule of thumb for shells, 1 meter for every millimeter diameter of the shell. So 100 millimeter diameter shell or 4-inch, your audience need to be at least 100 meters away. So hope that helps. Okay, Gatling gun, Jilks, thanks for that. Jilks was the first in there, and Giuseppe as well, 174. So this was 218.4. So there is more NEC in this Aurora Borealis than there is in Gatling gun. So they are not the same, even though they look similar kind of form factor size, shall we say. Right, let's see how we're doing with this. It's quite a strong label here, so I'm not really ripping it yet. The reason I'm doing this carefully is because I want to be able to put the label back on afterwards, because as I mentioned earlier, once you take the label off a product, it's technically no longer legal. If you watched my stream yesterday, we looked at some cakes. Some cakes and barrages actually come in their own cardboard boxes, and I would typically lift them out of their cardboard boxes. The cardboard box doesn't catch fire, and that's usually fine because the firework itself usually has a label on as well. A couple of products we did yesterday, when I took them out of the boxes, there was no actual label on the firework itself, no information on there whatsoever. So I've had to keep it in its box with all the safety information on. So, yeah, 174 for Gatling gun. Interesting. Right, apologies, this is taking a little bit of time. I'm trying to do this quite... Oop, ripped it a little bit, but that's okay. Let's go from this end. So if you're just joining me and thinking, what's he doing? I found out today a few people have commented that actually this Aurora Borealis candle has another label on underneath, a Chinese label for a completely different firework. So I've seen some photos of it, but I kind of want to see it for myself. So we're just very carefully taking the Pyroworks label off here. There we go, I think we're nearly there, folks. Yeah, and there's definitely another label under here. Right, here we go, big reveal time. So there's the Aurora Borealis label, and sure enough, wow, that is another firework label underneath. It's called Good Luck. It's all in Chinese, it says good luck is coming. All in Chinese. There is a QR code on here. I don't know if somebody wants to, I don't know if this will even focus, but if somebody wants to try that QR code, hopefully it might go to a product video of it. I'll leave it there for a few seconds so you guys can have a look. Obviously, if you're listening to the stream and not watching, then you can't. But and I don't even know if that will focus. I don't know if that will scan, but if that does scan, I'm curious to see where that QR code goes. I mean, I can always try it myself off stream later, but if any of you guys are curious, see where that QR code leads, I would be curious to know. So, yeah, no information that's really legible on the back of here. It's all in Chinese. What is interesting though here is the looks like there's a weight on here, and I don't know if it's because I don't read Chinese, but on here it says 100 grams. Well, it says 100 G. Again, I don't know what the Chinese word before that is, but if that's NEC, then that's indicating the NEC of this is only 100 grams. I don't know. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but this is the label. I can't really decipher anything else on here. I can't make out the manufacturer. I'm guessing that's the manufacturer's kind of logo. This kind of tiger with a gun. It does have a number CM-CS0002 on it. So that might be worth a Google. Luke says, wow, that's interesting, proper Chinese label. I'd be keeping it as a souvenir. Yeah, and I say I've seen other people that have found this as well. They've found this in blue as well rather than green. I think I've got about 4 of these candles. I did have a quick look at the others. I've got some green ones and another blue one. They look exactly the same apart from this, instead of being green, it's blue. But yeah, this is Chinese. And I say it's interesting that it says 100G, which to me would mean 100 grams, not the 218.4. So that's really interesting, isn't it, guys? I was having a quick look. I said this is my first time seeing this, so good luck is coming. It seems to be what it's called, or good luck. The rest is in Chinese. I want to use the Google Lens app on this to try and translate it, but I've not got my phone to hand, which is annoying because I would love to translate this and find out exactly what it says. But say the first thing that catches my eye is the 100G, lowercase g there, which to me would be net explosive content, but again, I don't know. So again, just Google Translate time, absolutely. But I don't even know how to input these characters into Google Translate manually without using Google Lens. I wonder, actually, one of you guys, if any of you guys are tech savvy, if I hold this up, if I hold this bit up here, I wonder if you guys can I wonder if this will focus. I wonder if that's enough for you guys to screenshot that. Maybe I need to get it sort of more vertical. Screenshot that. I'm just curious to translate that little bit before 100G. If somebody can do that, somebody can pause the stream and rewind it or whatever. And I don't know if that's good enough quality. I don't know if that's focused enough that you guys might be able to get a screenshot of that for me and put it into Google Image Translate thing and see if we can work out what that is. But yeah, that's really interesting. So the good thing is it's not a rebrand of a product that's available in the UK. This product obviously isn't available in the UK. It's all Chinese. There's no CE marking on it at all. So if you do have an Aurora Borealis candle, you've probably got a label like this underneath. Don't take your Aurora Borealis label off. If you take your Aurora Borealis label off and fire this firework is no longer legal now in the UK because it has no CE markings on it, has no safety information. It's all Chinese. You could get in a lot of trouble for firing. So don't take your label off. I'm going to be putting my label straight back on in a bit, and I'm not actually going to be firing this one in my display. The other ones that I've got for my display, I'm going to keep with the Aurora Borealis labels on. But yeah, I find that really quite interesting. 3D printer guy's got 2 screenshots I will try. I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't know if it'll work, but let's see. It could be 100 grams be the actual powder weight, and the new label NEC could be, for some reason, be the weight of the entire product. No. Legally, fireworks in the UK have to have the NEC, the net explosive content, and the Aurora Borealis label does clearly say NEC 218.4. So that's not the weight of the entire candle. Do you know what? I'm going to go and get my kitchen scales and let's weigh this. Just out of interest, let's find out how much it actually weighs. So bear with me a second. You should still be able to hear me because I've got a little clip-on mic on. So we'll go into my kitchen here, find my wife's kitchen scales. I don't know if she's watching this stream upstairs, but if she's watching it, I'm borrowing your scales. Okay, my digital scales, not mine, my wife's digital scales. Here we go. Make sure it's in grams, not litres or anything like that. Grams. Let's stand this on here. Okay, so it's coming up as 1.143 kilograms. So 1,143 grams is the overall weight of this candle. Obviously, I guess it's a little bit more with the Aurora Borealis labelling on, but yeah, 1143 grams, so 1,143 grams. Google Lens gave me this, says bulletproof. Mum, let's wait to see what she puts. Yeah, so interesting. Let's we don't need these scales anymore. turn that off. I'll go and put them back in the kitchen before my wife notices they're missing. Not that she's going to be doing any baking this evening, but you know, can always hope. I really hope she's not watching the stream right now. Right, let's put these back quickly. There we go. So let's say manufacturer's address, not really. 3D printing, I got this single dose 100 grams, single dose 100 grams. Interesting. I wonder what that means. Obviously, it's a battery of shot tubes. I'm gonna. Do you know what? I've not actually looked down the top yet. Let's take. It's got this plastic cover off. Obviously, you take that off before firing. Let's take this off and let's have a look. See if we can see what's actually inside this. Okay, so there is a bit of, people were asking, is there a bit of air, a bit of padding, a bit of puffery, as we call it in these. And yeah, there is a bit. There is a bit. I will show the camera in a second. So there's the end. So you can see here, there is just cardboard kind of wadding. So it doesn't completely fill this whole space. It's almost like it is kind of, this tube could be designed for other fireworks, so you could get another few tubes in there. I'm going to try and count the tubes. We know it's 300 shots overall. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it's difficult to tell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I reckon there's about 16 tubes in there. Tell you what, I'm gonna, I say this is only a test one. I'm not firing this anyway, so let's just take some of this paper off and let's get a proper. This is quite a scientific stream, isn't it? We're really kind of going into depth here. Let's see. B and J Max, hi Mark, just showed the label to my partner who speaks Chinese. Translation is weight 100 grams. So interesting. Okay, I wonder if I could find the product online. As I say, I tried to Google it this afternoon with only kind of limited information. Now we've got a bit more information. As I say, it's called Good Luck. It says Good Luck is coming. It does have this on, which kind of looks like a bit of a product code, CM-CS0002. The rest is all in Chinese. Interesting that it says weight is 100 grams. We've just actually measured the whole physical weight of the candle. It's obviously a lot more than 100 grams. So I wonder if that means the net explosive content is 100 grams, which is interesting because the Aurora Borealis label says 218.4 grams. I will contact, I get on well, I've got contacts with Pyroworks. I will contact Pyroworks and get a little bit of clarification on that, potentially before the next stream, but we'll see. So, Bulletproof Mum says this is fun, tidying abandoned. Yeah, this is interesting, this isn't it? I'm enjoying this as well. Not getting anywhere with my candle prep, but we are kind of dissecting this kind of Aurora Borealis / Good Luck candle. So yeah, I'm just going to take a little bit of this paper off the top just to see exactly how many tubes there are in here. You know what, let's take this off properly. I can always put some more over the top and then show you guys how a Roman candle, a multi-tube Roman candle like this actually is constructed and how it all works. So it's kind of like masking tape this over the top. It's like really sticky stuff. Clive says, how's it going, mate? It's going well, Clive, thank you for being here. Luke says, unless Pyroworks have stuck another candle inside. That is actually possible. That is a very good point. This might just be a shell that was knocking around in the China factory and they've put a different product in and rewrapped it. That's a very good point. That would also explain why there's kind of space there for another like 3 tubes that aren't in there. But again, that wouldn't then explain why this stays 100 grams for the Chinese one, because even if this was different, that's a lot of space, a lot of size for just 100 grams NEC. So anyway. That is a very good point, though. I will put it to Pyroworks and we will see what they come back with. So, yeah, we'll talk about that probably on another live stream later in the week once I get to chat to Pyroworks and find out what's what. Okay, so number of tubes in here is Dun, dun, dun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So somebody divide 300 by 16 for me, and that'll tell you how many shots are in each tube. And yeah, say there's cardboard wadding in. So a little bit of air in there, but not a massive amount actually. So a little bit of padding down this side, but that's only kind of where 3 tubes would go. So 3D printing guy says, I can't find anything online. Should I scan the QR code? Yeah, try it. Let me show it again. I don't know if my camera will focus in on this. I'll try and get this kind of as sort of straight end on as I can. So if you guys can screenshot that, if that's in focus at all, point your cameras at the screen right now. Let's see where that QR code goes. I have no idea where it goes. I will try it myself later, but... And there we go. So Luke says, plastic tubes where to be used. In original products on the China label, Pyroworks may have purchased an empty tube and relabeled. I'm hugely intrigued. I am as well. As I say, I've got contacts at Pyroworks. I know the guys at Pyroworks very well. I did all their landed footage for them earlier in the year, so I've seen their whole catalogue and filmed all their videos for them. So I will contact them this evening after we finish streaming and ask them about this and see if we can get some answers. So that said, it's still a good product. I have seen this fired. It's still good. Even if there's another label underneath, it doesn't take anything away from this. Aurora Borealis is still a good candle. And so there's a little bit of air in there, but not an awful lot. So I was also curious about that as well, to see how much padding there was in there. But really, there's only kind of room for like 3 tubes. So, but as Luke said, this could just be a standard shell that the when I say shell, I mean, don't mean firework shell, I mean a standard packaging for a candle that this particular factory in China uses for a range of different products, and they just change what's inside it and then just rewrap it accordingly. So it doesn't mean that Good Luck performs exactly the same as Aurora Borealis. So it's a really good point, that, Luke. I say I'll put it to Pyroworks and we'll see what they say. But yes, if you've got one of these and you're intrigued about doing this yourself, I would advise don't take the label off, because if you fire this like this, it's technically an illegal firework. It's not got the CE marking on it. It's not got instructions in English. It's not got any of the things that it needs to be legal in the UK. So please don't take your label off. I've done this so you guys don't have to, and I'm going to be putting this label straight back on after the stream, and I'm not going to be firing this without its label on. So, but yeah, that's a little segue there. I was just kind of quite interested. Say this came to light today on the forum that there was a label underneath, so I was curious to see if that was the case. So yeah, so if you guys are screenshotting that and looking into that in QR codes and researching that during the stream, that's great. Let me know in the chat if you find out anything. I say I will look into this more further as well after the stream as well. For now though, I'm going to put this little plastic top back on. Again, you must take this plastic top off before lighting it. It goes without saying, but usually they would have a little label on saying please remove before firing. It doesn't. In fact, actually this has Chinese on the label. Interesting. You probably won't see that on the camera, but in the centre of that, there is some Chinese writing on there as well. So yeah, my Google Lens is going to be busy later. And we'll see. Right, so we'll put the top back on there. Also, what's kind of interesting, on this top, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's kind of like 6 circles. I don't know if you guys can see that. So initially, before I opened this candle, I assumed this had 6 tubes inside. Actually, as we found out, it has, what, 14, did we say? 14, 16? Whereas the lid kind of indicates 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So again, this could just be a shell of a firework that's used for different contents. And so it's just been, for the Pyroworks' version, had all these extra tubes in, but for the original version, there was only 100 grams. It might have only had 2, 4, 6 tubes in. So interesting, but yeah, it would be curious to find out more about this Good Luck. Unless Good Luck is the brand, I don't know. Maybe Good Luck is the brand name, not the name of the firework. And maybe this is the name of the firework here, but it does say Good Luck is coming underneath. I don't know. Lots of questions on that. I'll try and get some answers from Pyroworks. 3D printer guy says 18.75. I can't remember what that was in relation to. You'll have to remind me. I know I asked you guys for something, but I can't remember what 18.75 is in relation to. So please jog my memory on that. That would be great. Okay, so I'm going to put this one to one side because I'm not firing this like this. There's the Aurora Borealis label, which I will reaffix onto this product later. So we'll put this over to one side, we'll put this over here out of the way. And we'll look at the proper Aurora Borealis ones. So here's one without the label removed. You can actually still see a little bit of the old original label underneath that, but there we go. So I've got a couple of these in my display. So there's one. Let's get the other one. Category F2, despite their size. That one's a little bit that's a little bit deformed there. Again, it's just where the packaging is, but I might just swap that out for another one. I do have a few of these knocking around. Let me just grab another one out of this box over here. Yeah, that one's a little bit less squashed. So I'm not particularly concerned by the fact that's a little bit squashy. It'll probably just be where the air is in the tube, so not an issue. But we'll just swap that out anyway. Let's put that back there. Put this back. I can hardly move in this garage at the moment. Let's put that there. Right, good. And 3D printer guy, the QR code goes to the product page, but it's in Chinese. Okay. Or maybe you can Google translate that product page and see. Going to be firing a Loco compound this year. Also got a new Ignite firing system. Yes, a Loco, not fired it myself, but it looks really good. As for Ignite, we did talk about Ignite a little bit on one of my streams. Was it last week when we were talking about firing systems? It's a nice little entry level system. It's a great way for consumers to kind of get more into scripting and electronically firing fireworks. So it has its place, Ignite. So yeah, good luck with that. So right, okay, we've got a couple of Aurora Borealis candles. Yeah, this one has actually, I'm not going to take the label off this one, but the label under this one is blue, not green. So, right. I wonder if are they the same batch? They should be the same batch. Batch number R300-/2022, yeah. They will be, because Pyroworks haven't brought in any new product this year. They brought it all in last year, and this is their first full year trading, so everything will be from the same batch from 2022. Right, okay, so how do I prepare these? Well, these come with a plastic spike, so you can stick these straight in the ground. I'm going to be firing a couple of these in a V formation from the center of my display towards the back, so they're going to be kind of like, you can't even see this, it's so big I can't actually get them all in the screen at once. I tend not to trust plastic spikes on their own. They can be quite brittle, they can snap off, especially if you put them in the ground and then try and adjust the angle. So I will use this, I'm not going to get rid of it, I'm going to use the spike, but I will also stake these up as well, stake and tape them. So I will use, let me see what length stake I'm going to use for these. I might actually use some quite long stakes, wooden stakes. You can get these from DIY shops, garden centres. This one is 1.2 meters long, which actually if I stand it next to the candle goes over the top anyway, but once I've hammered that into the ground, that will go on there nicely. So I'll be able to get a couple of these stakes hammered into the ground, set the angle that I want on these. Again, you can just do that kind of visually and just guess the angle. If you want to be really clever, you can use an inclinometer. I said it right. Where's my inclinometer? I'll show you this, guys, because this is useful little bit of tech if you're out and doing fireworks and you've got things going at different angles and you want to set those angles. It's an inclinometer. We turn it on, we put it on a flat surface. I don't know if this is flat. Oh, that's 0.1 degrees. But basically, if I put this on the side of here, where you guys can see, as I tilt this way, you'll see the numbers change. So there's a 16-degree angle, 17, 19, 20, and again, it will go the other way as well. So I can get 16, 17, 18, 19, now 20 degrees. So really useful for setting up angles on single shots, on candles and things in your displays. Really not that expensive as well. Digital inclinometer, you can get these from Amazon. They're about, I don't know, 15, 20 pounds, something like that, probably less now. Really, really useful. They're magnetic as well. so they stick on the side of things. Not that that makes any difference with fireworks, don't even know why I'm telling you that. It's not really a feature that sells it when it comes to fireworks, but it's a useful thing to have. It comes with a little belt pack, little pouch that will clip on a tool belt as well, which is really useful, so you can have that close to hand. So when I'm doing stuff with angles, useful to have. For non-pro stuff, I'll just guess at angles, just see what looks kind of right. But if I need something exact, 20 degrees, 15 degrees, whatever, then using one of these will ensure that you are spot on. So digital inclinometer. Now I'll show it to the camera so you guys can see the one I use. I'm sure there's other ones available. This is just one I got off Amazon a few years back. And it's accurate to 0.05 of a degree. I mean, you don't really need that level of accuracy in fireworks, but there you go. So yeah, that's my digital inclinometer. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. We're still talking, of course, about Aurora Borealis. Luke is asking, 3D printer guy, does a QR code take you to a demo video? If the China demo from the QR code is different to the Pyroworks version, it would confirm a different candle bundle inside. Yes, it would. That's I like the way you're thinking, Luke, on this, and I think you might be onto something here. 3D printer guy says he'll take a look. BNJMNX says there is a video. We are watching it now. Please let me know how that compares to the Aurora Borealis candle. If you want to see footage of this, it's on my channel, landed footage. Just go onto my channel and search Aurora Borealis. You'll see the official product video that I filmed myself, and that's kind of how this candle performed when I fired it back in February, March this year. 3D printer guy says, in my opinion, they look identical. Interesting, interesting, interesting. As I say, I will reach out to Pyroworks and we'll try and get some answers on this in the next day or two. Right, so how do I prepare these? We were talking about, so I'm going to stake these, put stakes in the ground, use the spike as well, stake this in, and then tape it against, where did I put my, so this is going in the ground. This is going on here as well. It'll be taped on in several places with gaffer tape, duct tape. As I say, we know the weight of this is over 1 kilogram, the weight of this, so we will tape it around the top, we'll tape it around the bottom, we'll probably tape it in 2 other places as well. We'll do this, again, the post towards the audience. If you guys are my audience, the post will be there. I would do the firework, the candle on the back of that. That way, if it does become detached from the post, it's not going to fall towards the audience, it can only fall away. But with using the spike and the stake and the gaffer tape, I'm happy that this isn't going to come loose. Again, I should have measured the diameter on the bore size on the tubes. It looked to me to be about 14 mil. Let me get the one that I opened up back again, and we'll just have a little measure. I think it's about 14 mil. So let's see. And actually, that whole candle bundle would actually come out if I wanted it to, but I don't want it to. I'm going to fire it in its holding. Right, let's see if I can work out the diameter. Say I expect it's like 14. It might even be fractionally less. Might only be like 12 mil bore on here. So even though it's 300 shots, not a very powerful in terms of bore size. So I'm not particularly concerned about the recoil from these. On some larger bore candles, you do have to be just a bit mindful that there could be a bit of recoil, so you need to make sure they're well staked. So I'm not concerned about the recoil, but obviously I don't want this to fall over. So I'll be using the spike, I'll be staking it in as well and taping it to the stake. If you watch my other live streams, we did talk about how you can stake and secure candles using cable ties. You just have to be careful using cable ties that you don't choke the tubes on the Roman candles, because it could cause them to misfire and not fire out and actually fully explode. On these, because there is quite a lot of packaging and space around here, you could put a cable tie on here really quite tightly and it's not going to affect the performance at all. So I wouldn't hesitate to put cable ties on there. But personally, I tend to prefer gaffer tape rather than cable ties, because candles can jump out of cable ties if you do them tightly, whereas stick them on with that and they're nice and secure. So there we go. So yeah, so that's how I'm going to fix them to the ground. Obviously before that, I need to prepare them, I need to get them ready. So the first thing I'm going to do is take the tops off these plastic tops. I think it would be nice if these had a little label saying please remove before firing. Yes, it is common sense, but you know, not everybody has fired a product like this before of this size and might just think that, you know, it's safe to fire with the lid on. In fairness, I suspect after a few shots the lid would probably fly off anyway, but you know, yes, you should remove it. So inside these, you saw inside the one I took apart. Let's get the lid off this one as well. So inside here, you've basically got a fuse that goes into each of the tubes, each of the 14, 16 tubes, however many we said. I can't remember what we said now. And then they come to a single fuse. But actually on these, there's 2 fuses, which is interesting. You can see there's 2 there. You'll be able to light either one of those and it will work. The same with this one as well. 2 fuses. Doesn't really matter which one you light. They should both have the same effect. What I'm going to do with these, I'm going to connect talons to these. Let's see if they'll stay there. There we go. Let me get my talons. So I'm using 2 meter talons here. Have I got some on the go already? Oh, one left in this bag, so let's use this one first. "17 people here watching as well at the moment, so welcome if you're just joining me. Welcome, special welcome if you're new. This is your first time here. My name's Mark. I do fireworks. I do them professionally. I do them for fun. I'm currently doing some prep for a display I'm doing on Sunday, public display over in Liverpool, and I'm just preparing my Roman candles. So talons, so everything's going to be electronically fired in this display. It's not a pyro musical, so it's not set to music, but nonetheless everything's going to be fired electronically. It's just safer. It's safer than hand firing. Yes, I enjoy hand firing. I think everybody does pyro enjoys hand firing. There's a bit of a buzz to it, but electronic firing is safer and you can do a lot more. On the front of my site, my display site, there's going to be 5 fountain boards, 5 sights across the front, and with things firing simultaneously on those. If you were to try hand lighting those 5 on 5 different sites all at the same time, you're not going to do it. You need 5 people all working in sync. So electronically firing just makes a lot more sense. You can do a lot more with it, and it's safer than hand firing. So yeah, I could just clip a talon straight onto one of these fuses and that should be fine. I may actually, let me see what I'm going to do with this. Am I going to tape match the top? No, I don't think I am. What I am going to do, I'm going to cable tie. I can say there's like 2 fuses coming out of both of these. Of varying lengths. So I'm going to cable tie those together and then just clip a talon on one. So if you want to ensure these light reliably though, you could use tape match. We did talk about tape match on an early stream. Where have I put my tape match? I think it's down here somewhere. Bear with me a second. I will show you what I'm talking about. So this is tape match, sometimes known as sticky match. It's kind of an alternative to quick match. It can be quite dangerous stuff, so again, only use this if you know what you're doing. But you can basically use this to fuse things together, speed up things, ensure that this fully lights. So you could take off this tape on here, this masking tape. You could cover the top in sticky match and then ignite that, and that will just ensure that everything's nice and lit, all the tubes fire, because quite often with these, if one tube doesn't light, you won't actually know that one tube's not lit. So I'm just toying whether to use that on these or not. They will light fine without. I could clip a talon onto one of these fuses. It'd be difficult to get both of them in the same clip. But what I could do, I could cable tie those together and then just use the talon on one. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to show you guys a tape match on these because I don't think it's needed. You could, again, if these were to be fixed like this, you could kind of potentially tape match between them, have one igniter and it ignites both at the same time. You could do that. Because these are so big, these are going to be transported individually. It's just easy to just ignite them both separately. They'll be on the same channel, but with separate clips on. So let's get rid of the tape match for now. We may use it on some other candles in a little while. Some of the smaller ones are going to be set up on stakes, on racks. For now though, let me find where my cable ties have gone. I did have some cable ties. I've got loads of cable ties. Where are they all? Here they are. Let's get some cable ties going. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cable tie the two fuses together on this, and then clip. How's best to do this? Let me just take a little bit of this paper top off and see. I'm going to foil the tops of these anyway, so let's just remove this paper top and then we can just see what's going on a little bit more underneath. Again, you don't need to do this. If you were just using this at home, take the lid off, light that, go away, you know, retire at least 8 meters or 15 or whatever it said on here, and you're good to go. So I just want to take all this off and then we can just see the fusing arrangement in here, because it is kind of a bit spaghetti junction-esque. Got to be careful not to actually pull out any fuses whilst I'm doing this. So yeah, there's the fusing arrangement, guys. King's Crown says, where do you buy your talons? You can get them online. If you just search talon igniters. You can't get them on places like, well, occasionally they appear on Amazon and places like that, but there are specialist places that you can buy those from, certainly here in the UK, and I'm sure in around the world as well. Just search talon igniters online, and they're relatively inexpensive. They come in different lengths. They come in 50 centimetre lengths, 1 metre, 2 metre and 4 metre. Obviously, the longer the length, the more expensive they are and the less you get in a pack. So I tend to use 50 centimetre ones, 1 metre and 2 metre. I don't usually bother with the 4s. If I need anything longer than 2, I'll just extend this. I've got some more igniter wire, this orange stuff. I can just extend stuff and that works out cheaper. So yeah, we got a lot of stuff going on in here. We've also got a few strands of black match in here, which just seems to just be on the top. So that was interesting. That will just be to help ignite it all. So let's see where all these are going, all these fuses. So yeah, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 tubes, all with a little bit of their own visco in. So we got 16 pieces of visco coming here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cable tie. See, they're all just all loose, and again they were taped down, so they should have all ignited as one. But just to ensure that, I'm going to take a cable tie. I'm going to cable tie all these together. Nice and tight, but ensuring that I'm not pulling any of the fuses out. So I will show you guys this. That looks actually quite good. There's that. So now whichever one of these I light, it doesn't matter, because once it gets down as far as the cable tie, because the cable tie is squeezing all those visco fuses together, any one of those viscos will ignite all the others. So that will ensure that all those tubes ignite now, which is good. I'm happy with that. So we're going to cut this off. I could go one step further and put a second cable tie on as well, just to ensure even more contact between them. So I think I'll do that. It's not going to do any harm. So I'll just put a second one on straight above it. And that just ensures that there's now kind of double the height of all these being squeezed together. So when it does burn through that, it is going to ignite all those nice and reliably. There we go. So then it's just a case of, right, I need to ignite this bit now. Now, I'm obviously not going to get a talon clip over all that lot. I'm just toying with Do I want to e-match these instead? No, I am going to use talons. So I'm going to clip a talon on to one of these. Doesn't really matter which of the 16 I do, because I've cable tied them together. Effectively, at that point, it's going to become one single visco fuse. So I can just clip this on to any of these. So a 3D printer guy says a group of teenagers just knocked on the door dressed up. Luckily, I can check through the doorbell cam opposite to answering the door. It's too late now, yeah. Say we just don't bother answering the door for Halloween. Over here. So, right, so 2 meter talent on this. I will likely need to extend this because this candle's so tall that 2 meters is probably only just going to get me down to the ground. Well, not quite, but... So I'm going to find a piece of visco to clip this onto. Let's go for this one. And actually this visco is, I might be able to actually clip this onto 2. Only because this visco is quite thin on here. So the talon will grip it, but it will just grip it even better if I get a couple of strands in the clip. So I say I don't usually do this. There is a risk that neither will ignite, but that's going to work. That's going to be fine. Yeah. So what I will do when I program this into my system is say I normally allow like a 3-second delay for talons. I try and clip them as close to the entry point of the firework as I can. Visco burns at a rate of 1 centimetre a second, this kind of standard visco. But because I'm quite high on here, there is kind of, there's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, there may be 4 or 5 centimeters worth of visco before it actually goes into the candles on here. So I think I'm going to just adjust my timing on my script, on my programming for this, to allow 5 seconds from the point at which I ignite this talon to the point that this starts firing, rather than the usual 3 that I will do when I use talons on cakes. So squeeze that on there. Disney World Freak, Carlos is here. Marco, hello Carlos. Welcome, Carlos. I finally got monetized. Yay. Shimmer and Shine says, I keep my house lights on. Nobody comes. Yeah, we turn all our house lights off at the front, so we don't get bothered, generally speaking. So, although, bizarrely, we had trick-or-treaters come round on, what day was it? Saturday. This last Saturday, which would have been, what, the 28th? I don't know. Go figure. Right, so, okay, we've got that on there. We'll just fold this all down out of the way. I'm going to put a little bit of just parcel tape to secure this talent igniter to the side of this candle. Like that. And then I'm going to foil the top. Now, foiling the top is usually to stop stray sparks landing on fireworks. These candles are going to be set far back from the fountains. It's usually fountains that are the culprits there. These are not going to be close to fountains, but just because there's so much exposed visco here, I'm just going to put some foil over the top of this as well. Thanks, Carlos. I appreciate that, mate. Thank you. Shimmer and Shine says you got monetized. Yes, I did. So I'm going to need a couple of pieces on here, and that's fine. Still 17 people here in the chat, I think 18 now as well, so welcome in everybody if you're just joining me. My name's Mark. I do fireworks, I do pyrotechnics professionally and as a hobby and for fun, and I'm just doing some prep in my garage for a display I'm doing the weekend. There are some things that I can't prep in my garage that I can only prep on the day on the site, but all this stuff that I'm doing here in my garage is safe to do beforehand. So that's what I'm doing at the moment. Shimmer and Shine is posting some celebration emojis. Thank you for those. And we'll stick that over there. That's pretty good. I'm happy with that. That's good. And those shots will fire straight through this foil, no problem at all. Even though it's only 14 or 12 mil, they will still fire through that. Okay, no problem. So normally I then waterproof fireworks as well, which involves wrapping them in cling film is what I do. I'm not going to wrap these in cling film. Why? Well, As I mentioned earlier, I'm going to be attaching these to a stake each. So I'm going to hammer a stake into the ground on the firing site and then attach this to it and gaffer tape it on. If I cover this in cling film and then gaffer tape around, I'm basically just gaffering onto the cling film. I want to gaffer onto the body of here. So when it comes to the firing site, I'll hammer that in, I will gaffer this on, I will then bag it. I'll just put a bag over the top because water's not going to get down to the bottom really. Just water, stop water, rain getting in from the top. So just put a small bag over it and that will be fine. So that candle is pretty much prepped, apart from I just need to coil up all the excess igniter wire, just wrap it around my hand like that, around my fingers, and then give it a little twist. And because the igniter wire here is single core, it's not stranded, it's single core, it kind of holds its shape. You can twist it and you don't need to tie it in knots or anything. That will keep like that. So Disney World Freak, thank you. That's my first one, the inaugural super chat. Thank you for that, Carlos. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate that, mate. Thank you. So Carlos Disney World Freak has made a $4.99 super chat. He says, "Oh yeah, look at this. Time for a super chat train." You know what? I don't know if my viewers know what a super chat train is, but nevertheless, I appreciate that, Carlos. Thank you so much. Shimmer and Shine says, "How do you feel about being monetized?" It's nice, but it's not something that I do it for. I don't really promote the fact that you can donate and tip. There is a link in the description to my video. It's paypal.me/Great Marko, and you can use the super chat thing. But I don't really talk about it an awful lot because I don't do this content. I don't do my channel because I want to make money. I'm only going to make pennies out of this anyway. So anything I do make will go straight back into this channel. It'll buy new fireworks for me to film and review for you guys. It will improve the quality of my equipment and all those kind of things so that I can bring you more content. The content itself is always going to be free. It's not compulsory. I'm never going to pressure anybody that you have to donate or tip or anything to watch my streams. I don't really talk about it a lot either. But Bulletproof Mum as well with a £2 super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And thank you for your PayPal the other day again as well. I appreciate it. Bulletproof Mum has some celebratory emojis as well. Donna is here. Hello, Donna. Hi. Welcome in. We were just talking. I finally got monetized, Donna. So yeah, so that's exciting. Donna's there with the pumpkins and the hearts and the ghosts, because of course it's Halloween. So happy Halloween, Donna. I hope you're having a good day over there. Right, there's one of my candles done. Let's do the same then with the other. So I'm just taking off, there's the cardboard wad there as well. So we're just taking this tape off. I just want to ensure a bit more reliability in the ignition of this firework. So I'm going to take this off. Disney World Freak says I do all my content for the dollars. Who are we kidding? Those pennies help out. Yeah. So let's take this off. And so we've got 16 tubes in this, we've got 16 fuses. They're all kind of bunched together, so you can just light one and it should light all the others, but they're not actually tied together, they're just kind of laid on top of each other. And so in some cases, you might find that you don't get all the tubes igniting, and it was very difficult to tell if you've got a Roman candle combination like this where some of the tubes haven't gone off. So I want to ensure that they all go off. So that's what I'm doing here. Kamara Brocade, Chris is here. Evening, Chris. You've missed some really great things earlier on in the stream, so rewind and watch again. We dismantled an Aurora Borealis candle to check out the labelling underneath. We'll be doing some investigations on that, so some quite interesting things we discovered. So you might want to rewind the stream and watch again from. I did it fairly near the start, so really quite interesting. In fact, actually, this one's so loose that the label. There you go. That's the label. We'll put that back on though. We'll pretend we didn't see that. So welcome in, Chris. Thanks for your company this evening. Huge, those candles. Yes, they really are. We weighed them earlier on. We measured them. We checked how many tubes there were and the bore size. We did loads of kind of in-depth kind of analysis. That's the kind of thing you can expect on my channel. Shimmer and Shine says, do you have membership? No, I haven't bothered with a channel membership yet. Maybe we will do in the future. We'll see. But for now, I'm quite happy just doing what I'm doing for you guys for free. So for those of you who don't know, YouTube did introduce a new feature where you can enable memberships, and you can get people that kind of pay a monthly subscription to become a member of a channel, and that gives you all kinds of perks and things. I haven't bothered with that at the moment. I don't know whether I ever will or not. We'll see. But for now, yeah, if you want to support my channel, there is a PayPal link in the description of this video, and you can also click the little super chat, the little dollar icon in the bottom of the chat, and tip that way. But again, it's never expected, always appreciated, not expected. I don't do this for that. I just do it because I enjoy it, and I like to bring you guys some content that hopefully you guys enjoy and find useful and fun and educational as well. Let's have a look. Great Marko says, all sounds interesting, I'll watch that later. Yes, I'll probably post it in the forum as well in a bit. 3D Printer Guy says, we've been investigating. Yes, 3D Printer Guy has been helping me with those investigations into Aurora Borealis. And Fireworks for You says, hey mate, how are you? I'm good, thank you. How are you this Halloween? Bulletproof Mum, in all seriousness though, I like to support the content I really enjoy. There's a slash handful of people I'm more than happy to donate to. When a small handful of people I'm more than happy to donate to when I'm able. Yeah, and I really do appreciate that. Bulletproof Mum sent me a PayPal the other day when I was streaming, and I really appreciate that. I do genuinely appreciate that, so thank you very much. Carlos says, Suzanne won't let me do memberships. Yeah. We'll see. There's different perks you can enable with memberships. One of them is that you can put basically some of your content behind a paywall effectively. I don't really want to do that. I'm not a big fan of doing that. But there are other perks you can get with membership. So we'll see. We'll have a look at that maybe in the future. We'll see. Donna, $9.99. Thank you, Donna. That's so kind of you. Thank you for streaming this, Mark. You taught me so much. I find it all fascinating. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Donna. That's very kind of you. And guys, I do like to give a plug for Donna. Donna does amazing cooking shows from her kitchen every fortnight on a Sunday evening. If you like cooking, if you like food and baking and all those kind of good things, do check out her channel. She does some amazing content. Yes, it's all in American, so you've got to do all the conversions into pounds and ounces and all those kind of cups and grams and all those kind of things. But some of the food, some of the stuff she cooks looks amazing, really mouth-watering. I often watch the streams and wish I was there in her kitchen to be able to sample all that stuff. So if you like cooking, go check out Donna. So 3D Printer Guy says, I'll have to get a copy of the Chinese footage and put it on the forum, but that link shows it up. Yes, please do post that on the forum, 3D Printer Guy. I would appreciate that. Carla says, to Bulletproof Mum, that's very kind of you. It does feel good to support a channel we like. Thank you. Oh, I really appreciate this. Love Fest, guys. Thank you. Donna says, oh, thank you so much, Mark. You're the best. No, you're the best, Donna. Luke says, super chats for £99. Luke, thank you so much. Never knew you could pay through YouTube. Thanks for your hard work, Marco. I really appreciate that, Luke. Thank you. That's very kind of you. So any donations or tips that I get will go back into this channel. It's not for me to just go out and have a lavish lifestyle. It's not going to happen with the amounts that I get through YouTube, but it will go on buying new fireworks, brand new fireworks, and bring you guys new content and improving the equipment and stuff for my channel, my streams and my videos and things. So thank you guys. I do genuinely appreciate that. And Carlos has posted the link to Donna's channel, Dinners with Donna, that's what it's called. So if you like cooking and baking and all those kind of things, go check out Donna. She does live streams every couple of weeks. They are really fun and enjoyable to watch, and I watch them whenever I can. Right, so let's do the same on this. So we've got these 16 fuses. There were 2 that were kind of sticking up. You could light either one of those, and the idea is that will burn down, and because these are all laid on top of each other, in theory, it should ignite all 16 fuses and all 16 tubes should go. Doesn't always happen though, so what I did on that candle and what I'm going to do with this is I'm just going to get all of these 16 fuses, Visco fuses together, make sure I get them all. They're all kind of all different lengths, all different directions. Try and get those all together in a bunch like that, and then put a cable tie around. And Donna says her Christmas trees are going up tomorrow, 1st of November. Wow, that's keen. I think Carlos though has already got his up. So yeah, and I think who was it? It was either Donna or Carlos posted something on Facebook earlier today that there's some scientific study that the earlier you put your Christmas tree up, the happier you are. So good on you guys. Ours doesn't go up till about kind of the first weekend in December usually, but hey, I'm all for Christmas coming early. Why not? 3D Printer Guy says, I will donate as I love supporting. I'm just waiting for payday. 3D Printer Guy, again, you don't have to. It's not expected, but I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. Fireworks for You says, thankfully we have this small community of firework enthusiasts on YouTube. I've been uploading for 8 years, firework content now crazy. I was a kid when I first started uploading, now I'm 22. Yeah, absolutely. There is a nice firework community here, which is really good. So Donna's taking Halloween down now already. And Christmas is going up tomorrow. Well, there you go. Why not? Why not indeed? So I'm going to put a couple of cable ties around these, and this just means that when I light one of these visco fuses, it will burn down when it reaches the cable ties. Because I've done these nice and tight around the cable ties, all 16 fuses will then light, and it should be fairly reliably lit. And just doing these extra 2 cable ties just gives it more travel time where they're all kind of bunched up together, so there's just a greater chance of them all igniting. The other thing you can do is say, we did talk about tape match briefly. You could tape match over the top of those. I'm not really going to show you that. This will work just as well. And I will allow for a 5-second delay on these, as opposed to a normal 3-second delay that I normally allow for talons, from the point of igniting this talon to the point the firework goes off. Normally it's around 3 seconds because I get it fairly close to where the fuse goes into a tube. Here, because I'm going to have to clip it on here, there's probably a good 5 centimetres, if not slightly more, of fuse before it starts igniting these tubes. So I will update that on my my programming a little bit later on. Let's have a look. Carlos says, not to lie, Mark, I'm a different person when I walk into my house and see the trees and decorations. Yeah, I mean, I love Christmas time as well. I always feel, so when we have to take all the decorations down, we take them down, I think, first week in January. I know some people take them down like the day after Christmas. We keep ours up for New Year as well, and we'll take them down kind of the next weekend after that. But yeah, when all the decorations go and the tree goes and things, yeah, it does. The house feels really empty without them. So yeah, I do enjoy Christmas. We have a real tree as well. I love walking into the lounge in the morning and smelling the pine. It's lovely. So right, these are quite small fuses. Again, it's quite small diameter visco, so I'm going to try and get 2 in the talon clip. I'm obviously not going to get all 16. I normally just get a single fuse in a talon, but say these are really quite thin, so I can get a couple in there. Oh, I should have probably cut the excess off my cable ties first, so that they're not sticking out all over the place. That one there, and this one's a little more tricky to get to now that I've put the talon in. Let's do that around here, obviously being careful not to cut the visco fuse itself. Bulletproof Mum, I go over the top, and doing that way too early, we're claustrophobic after a while. Yeah, this is it. Some people do Christmas to the max, don't they, and can never have too many decorations, and sometimes less is more, but other times more is more, isn't it? So yeah. Donna says, I do that too, Mark. My trees stay up until at least the first weekend of January. Yeah, absolutely. Plus it's too early for a real tree. Yeah, that's actually very true. Yeah, if you were to get a real tree and put a real tree up the start of November, I don't think it would last till January. I say we usually get ours around about the first kind of weekend in December, so early December, and that kind of just about makes it to first weekend in the new year. So right, so Disney World Freak needs to head off. Okay, folks, need to head out and take Ethan trick-or-treating. Many congrats, buddy. We'll talk soon. Yeah, thanks, Carlos. I appreciate that. And have a fun evening with Ethan trick-or-treating over there in the States. The time over here in the UK, it's coming up to 9:45. Obviously, where Carlos is and Donna is, it's 5 hours behind. They're all in Florida, so yeah. So everyone's saying bye-bye to Carlos. Right, so we've done that now. I'm going to bend those down so they're all kind of out of the way. I'm going to foil over the top. Before I do, I'm just going to put a little bit of parcel tape just to hold this igniter in place. So just a little bit of this on the side. Again, you could use gaffer tape, you could use electrical tape on this. It's just to keep the igniter wire there in position. And then over the top of this, I'm going to foil it. So this is aluminium foil. It's got a sticky back on, and basically use this to hold things in place on fireworks, but also protect fuses so that stray sparks don't accidentally ignite fireworks when you don't want to. So Let's get a couple of strips of this. Like so. Shine and Shimmer Official says to Donna, I'm watching your premiere at 11:30. Donna's got a premiere. Go check it out if you like cooking and baking and all those kind of things. If you like food in general, go check out Donna's channel. She does some great streams. And I hope next time I'm in Florida, Donna will be streaming and I'll get to be a special guest live in her kitchen. And we'll get to taste some amazing cakes and things. I have a bit of a sweet tooth, so cakes and more cakes, please, Donna. When I'm over, whenever that is. And 3D Printer Guy says, is B&Q the best place for foil tape? I need to get some before Bonfire Night. You can get it from B&Q, and you can also get it from Screwfix. To be fair, most hardware stores will have it. You can also get it from Amazon. You might find you get it on next day on Amazon if you want it before Sunday. But Screwfix, I think I got this from Screwfix, if I recall. You can occasionally, like the value supermarkets, so like Lidl and Aldi, a few weeks back, kind of in the October time, each year they have gaffer tape really cheap. You know, like a couple of £1 a roll of like good quality 3M stuff. They also sometimes do foil tape at the same time, but you can't rely on that. But yeah, B&Q should be able to get it. Screwfix, any kind of DIY places like that. Heating and plumbing places as well should have it, and you can get it on Amazon as well. So there we go, the top of that is foiled, so I'm just going to coil the excess igniter wire around my fingers like that so it's not all dangling down. Give this a little twist like that to hold it in place. The next thing I'm going to do is just label these so that I know where they're going to plug in to my firing system. So these are going to go into, let's have a look, H1. So I'm going to put a little bit of white electrical tape, PVC tape, on the top of these, so that when I'm setting these out on the day itself, I can see where everything is going to go. So the position is position H, and it's going to connect to Q1 in position H. So I'm going to write H1 on the tops of these. H1 and H1. I'm also going to put a little label at the end of the igniters as well, so that when I unravel these igniters, I'll be able to see, easily identify where they need to plug in without having to go back and look at the top of the firework. So we'll put a bit of tape on here. I realise you guys can't see that. There we go. We'll turn that around so you guys can see. And a little bit on this side, on this one. So a bit of tape on there, like so, and we'll put H1 on both of those. So these are both going into the same channel. With talent igniters, if you're using more than one on the same queue, you need to wire them in parallel, not series. And we'll talk about that in a minute. I'll show you what that means. Let me just label this. So H1 on there and H1 on here. Great, so those two candles are ready. I say I'm not waterproofing these now. When I come to site, these are going to be attached to a stake each. So they're going to be angled out. They're going to kind of fire in a V formation. So I'm going to hammer a stake into the ground for each one. I'm going to fix the candles to it, tape them on using gaffer tape, duct tape, whatever you call it, in several places because these candles are really long. Again, with the backs, if you like, away from the audience. So staking first, candle away from the audience. So the audience will be this side, then the stake, and then the candle. And that way, if this was to come loose and detach, it can't fall towards the audience. It can only fall away from the audience. Once they're both attached, I'll put a bag over the top of these just to waterproof them that way. Let's check in on the chat again. Let's see what I missed. 3D Printer Guy is going, have a good night, everyone. I'm ready for bed. Hopefully see you all in the next one. 3D Printer Guy, I appreciate your company again. Thank you for returning and watching another one of my streams. Really appreciate it. Bulletproof Mum says B&Q is generally expensive for most things. Even with discount, we rarely get anything from there. That's if you need it, she'll notice it's local to you. Yeah, that is true. I say I find like Screwfix a little bit cheaper than B&Q for tapes and things like that. These steaks, I mean, again, you can get steaks from B&Q. I picked this one up. I picked some more up actually this morning from B&M. I've got a B&M near me, and they have a garden centre attached to that. And these steaks, this is like 1.2 metres long. I think this is about like £1.50 or something like that. I can cut this up into like 3 smaller steaks for cakes and things like that. So it works out quite good value. So those are my 2 Aurora Borealis candles prepped, ready to go. So we shall put these out of the way over here and move on to the next ones. So let's put that there and that there. Oh, we're going to talk, yes, I was going to mention about series and parallel, wasn't I? Why have I got that piece of tape? Did I put tape on all that? Yeah, I did. That's a spare piece of tape. Okay, series and parallel wiring. Have I got some spare wire I can show you guys with? I did have before. Where's my spare wire? Let me get some spare wire from over here. Bear with me a second as I circumnavigate around my garage and get this bit of... Right, okay, here we go. I got 3 bits of wire here, so we will imagine that these are Talon igniters. Let's have a look. Let's just catch up on the chat. Bulletproof Mum has just subscribed to Donna. I love good cooking channel. Yeah, you won't be disappointed. Donna's lovely. Her streams are family friendly. A lot of warmth in those streams as well. Really nice. And if you love cooking and baking, do go and check her out. And tell them the Great Marko sent you. Luke says to Donna, I will be at Venti International Resort in Orlando from the 9th of March for 2 weeks. Feel free to send an edible care package. Yeah. Your Downscale is here. Downscale, hello, welcome. Downscale is here in the chat. Yeah, right, so we're talking about series and parallel for igniters. So Talons, which are these things which I use to clip onto my firework fuses. You send the voltage through. There's a little coil of wire in there. It gets very hot. It burns the visco and ignites the firework. If you do multiple ones of these on the same channel, so if you've got 2 or 3 fireworks, you want them to all fire on the same channel or same queue, you need to wire these in parallel. What is parallel wiring? Okay, so let's assume that these are 2 ends of the igniters. Parallel is when they are both connected like that. So you take one leg from each and twist it together like that, and you take the other one and twist it together. So there we go, they are in parallel, okay? Why do you need to do that in parallel? Well, when you fire a Talon, it basically burns the little wire inside a little coil of wire, and it burns through and it breaks the circuits. You can only use these once. Once it's burned through, it breaks the circuit, there's no continuity. So if you wire these in series, once one Talon fires through and is finished, other ones in the circuit won't then fire because there's not a complete circuit. So that's parallel wiring. That's what you do with Talons. Series wiring instead would be, if I can show you, I just need to restrip the end of this a little bit. There we go. And let's just clean this end up a bit as well. There we go. Right. So parallel is with the 2 igniters kind of on top of each other like that. Series is like that, where you join one leg of one to one leg of the other, twist those together, move that out of your way, and then those are the 2 ends that go into your firing system. That's series wiring. Series wiring you use for E-match. I said I don't really talk about E-match too much on my channel because it's more of a specialist thing, and I obviously with YouTube anybody could be watching, and I don't want to be showing you guys the things that you know, really require a bit of specialist knowledge. But for Talons, always remember, if you're doing multiple Talons on the same queue, wire them in parallel, not series, parallel. And again, if you've got 3, you would just wire, so here's 3. So we take one leg of each, twist it together, so like that. And then the other leg of each Talon, so I've got 3 in this case, we'll twist all 3 of those together like that, and then that will go into your firing system like that. So I hope that helps. Downscale saying hi to everybody. Donna says, oh, thank you, Bulletproof Mum. Sorry I took a minute to respond. Trick-or-treaters were at my door. Yes, because of course over there in the US now, it's turned 8, 7, 6, 5, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 o'clock in the afternoon there. So yeah, Halloween is just getting started over on the east coast of the US. whereas over here in the UK it's nearly 10 p.m, so kind of Halloween for the most part is pretty much over. Right, so that series in parallel, I hope that makes sense, and I hope that saves you guys a lot of heartache when you come to using multiple talons on the same channel, same queue. Right, we've been streaming 2 hours and we've done 2 candles, so we're on a roll. Not really, but hey. Right, okay, so let's then look at these next ones. These are Yorgi candle barrages. Let me just check my sight plan, because I think these are going in the centre of my display, firing out again in a V as well, a bit like the Aurora Borealis. I will have some other candles that are going to be on the edges of the display firing inwards, but I have a feeling, I'll just double check, yes, these are going to be from the centre and going out. So these are quite big, and there's some weight in these as well. 96 shots, 14mm calibre on the tubes on here, and the net explosive content, we did find it earlier. Let me find the English bit on here. Where is it? There it is. NEC is 248 grams in these, and these, I think from memory, does it actually tell me what the effects are on this one? No. I think these are like silver spinner tourbillons to like crackle clouds or something like that. So Bulletproof Mum says we got no trick-or-treaters here. We're sort of tucked away, so never get many, unfortunately. They missed our big Harry Potter display. Oh wow, yes, some people really go to town, don't they, and do all kinds of displays for Halloween. It's really impressive. Shimmer and Shine says, I wish I was living in the USA, Florida. Yep, I think we've all been there. Well, I don't mean we've all been to Florida, but we've all had that wish to live in Florida at some time or another in our lives. I know I have. Right, so how am I going to mount these? Well, I'm going to mount them on this little candle frame that I built many moons ago now, but it served me really, really well. I made this out of an old clothes maiden. Just basically 3 bits of wood kind of screwed together, bolted together. This allows me to do kind of candles in a V formation or a W formation. Really useful. I did make a couple of these. I'm not quite sure where my other one's gone, but this is sort of point off at the end as well, so I can hammer this into the ground and my candles are kind of all ready to secure. So again, I can do this in advance, and it means I can just take this whole thing to the site with the candles attached, take this to the site, hammer it into the ground, and it's good to go. Donna says there, that's a shame to Bulletproof. I bet that's something to behold. Yeah, I imagine it is. Her display, her Harry Potter display. So yeah. Okay, so we're going to attach these. Let's clear this workspace a little bit. Let's get those talons out of the way. Let's get the cable ties out of the way. Let's move the cling film, the sarin wrap for you guys in America. Right. So these are going to go kind of like this. I'm not even sure what angle I set this. Let's get my inclinometer. Let's find out what angle I'm going to do these at. I can't remember. I made this so many years ago now, this little candle frame, that I can't remember what angles I set this at. So a little digital inclinometer for measuring angles, really useful when it comes to doing fireworks. That is around, yeah, that's 20 degrees. So give or take. It's around about 20 degrees, the angles on there. Turn that off, put that away. Shimmer and Shine says, I fly Marko to the USA, Florida. Does that mean you fly, or you're offering to fly me to Florida? Right, so before I attach these, I need to kind of work out where the fuses are. So the fuse is on this side of this one and this side of this one. So it kind of makes sense to do this. Can you see this? Yeah, you can see this. Kind of makes sense to do those so the fuses are quite close together on that side as opposed to doing it that way where the fuse is on the outside, because I am going to fuse these together, so I only need to use one igniter. In fact, I might even be able to utilise some of the lightning fast fuse that I used the other day. Is that going to be big enough? That's not quite going to be long enough. I think I have another piece somewhere. Let's have a look. Is that a little bit long, or is that the same? That's fractionally long. That's still going to be too short. That's fine. I've got more lightning fast fuse that I can use, Or I might actually show you guys a different way. I might show you guys a different technique for fusing candles. Because I did show you this is lightning fast fuse. So visco fuse normally burns at a rate of 1 centimetre a second. You can get fast visco, which burns at a rate of 10 centimetres a second. This burns, I think, at like 100 meters a second, so it's really, really fast. So it's great for linking fireworks together. So you just need one igniter and it will light multiple fireworks. So I could link these together with this lightning fast fuse. I think I'm going to show you guys a different technique for doing it, because you might not have lightning fast fuse, and that's fine. Shimmer and Shine says, I'll fly myself to Florida. Oh, you can fly planes now? No, I'm only joking. I know what you mean, yes. Bulletproof Mum says, I add bits to it each year, hoping to get a cheap LED stag when the Christmas stuff gets reduced. Give Skellington Harry Potter. Yeah, wow, great. That sounds really good. So, right, we're going to do these this way, or are we going to do them that way? We could do them that way, actually, as well. Doesn't really make an awful lot of difference. I think I probably prefer to do them that way, do I? Or do I want to do them that way? They kind of go a little bit better that way, I think. Yeah, I think we might do them like that. So I have screwed a couple of like shelving bracket things. In fact, actually, these aren't even shelving brackets. I think these are little brackets from the inside of a computer, and that you use to secure your peripherals to the inside of a computer. I think that's what these two are. And most of the stuff I use, these little 50mm shelving brackets, really useful. If you saw my other live stream where we did all the fountain boards, you'll have seen I used quite a few of those. I used 18 per board, and there was 5 boards, so an awful lot of those. I could use those on here, but I want something a little bit longer, and these ones are a little bit longer. So these are going to be attached like this and this, and they're going to fire out in a V shape at the back of my display, so that's going to look good. Shimmer and Shine says, I will offer to fly Marko to the USA, thank you. Luke says, always love the packaging on those Yorgi candles. They almost have a military look to them. Yeah, this is actually my first time firing them. I have seen them, footage of them, they look really good. Yorgi do a variety of different ones, candle barrage, 1, 2, 3, possibly even a 4, maybe even a 5, who knows. These are the only ones I could get my hands on this year, but we thought we'd try them anyway, so they look really good. And I say 248 grams of net explosive content in each, 96 shots. I'm expecting good things from these. So before I attach these to my homemade candle fan thing, I'm just going to take the foil off the top. It's not really foil, it's just shiny paper. And this is just to reduce the amount of clear up I need to do after the display. If I don't take this off, and again, you don't have to take this off, but if I leave this on, then when the shots fire through here, there's going to be little bits of paper all over the firing site, which I would then have to clean up. So by skimming the top of these cakes very carefully, I can reduce that. And again, you do have to be careful with these because some have fusing in the top, and actually, oh, this has got a lot of fusing in the top. Interesting. Okay, so, wow, this has got a serious amount of fusing in the top. This is quite interesting. Let me just get the rest of this off. So, yeah, we saw the Aurora Borealis candle a little while ago that had 16 tubes, and each tube had a strand of normal visco in. This has got effectively black match between each of the tubes. This is really sensitive to sparks, so I am going to have to foil the top of this, but that's absolutely fine. So let's just get rid of these bits here. I'll show you guys. That's what it looks like inside. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 tubes, 96 shots. So interestingly, because the fuse is on the side here, I suspect that's quite a way down. That's going to be potentially quick match or some very fast visco or something. So we'll see. So we might actually, I think we're going to fuse these slightly differently. Let me just, I'm curious to have a look at this fuse, what it actually is. Let's just take this fuse cover off on the side. Yeah, it's normal visco, and then it goes into kind of some quick match there. So I'm going to ignite these slightly differently. Now, I didn't know what was inside these. Now that I've seen this and seen this arrangement, I'm going to change my plans a little bit. Let's have a look. Bulletproof Mum says, should add some pyro fired up from behind the house next year. They can't miss us then, yes. Donna says, I'd love to have Mark here for a visit. Yeah, one day, Donna, hopefully we will be back before too long, and it will be good to catch up with you. And if you're streaming whilst I'm there, I would love to pop around and be in your kitchen as a special surprise guest and taste some of that amazing cooking and baking that you do. Luke says, wow, nice to see a candle barrage with care gone into the fusing. Yeah, there's a lot of strands of black match there. There's very good chance that all those tubes are going to ignite at once, unlike some of the candles like the Aurora Borealis where it's just a single piece of visco in each. I cable tied them together, so I'm confident they are all going to go, but these are definitely going to go. So again, these are category F2, spectator distance on here, 8 meters. There's leaving a little image of that there. So let's take the top off this. Again, because there's black match under here, I'm going to have to be very careful. Black match is, say, very susceptible to stray sparks, more susceptible than visco. So you do have to be very careful. I say I am going to be foiling the tops of these once I've prepared these, so they will be protected again. These are quite substantial toppers on here as well. There's almost like sort of like string on here and kind of latticed across to kind of keep this all in place. As I say, if you buy one of these candles and you let it off in your garden, you don't need to do any of this. You obviously need to support it, stop it toppling over, so stake it into the ground, pull the fuse cover off here, light the fuse at the tip, and then retire at least 8 meters. So let's get all this gubbins off the top here. Like so. Try and get some of these bits of, I think it's almost like sort of string on here to keep the reinforce the paper top. So we'll get rid of that, those bits. 12 people watching at the moment. Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you if you've been watching this whole stream. We've just gone past the 2-hour mark, so thank you guys for your company. If you're just joining me, my name is Mark. Hello, I'm in the UK. I'm in Manchester. I do fireworks professionally and also, you know, as a bit of a hobby. So my channel is all about fireworks and pyrotechnics and safe and responsible use of pyrotechnics and fireworks. You're never going to find anything kind of crazy or illegal on my channel. My channel is family friendly as well, so all my live streams are suitable for all ages. The whole family can gather around and watch me natter away in my garage. So right, we've done those. So I say I'm going to do these slightly differently now that I've seen how the tops of these are. I'll take this bit of tape off as well. There. So again, yeah, lots and lots of strands of black match, so that's going to light really easily. So instead of using the fuse on the side, what I'm going to do, I am actually going to affix these to my candle fan board thing, whatever you want to call it, stake thing first. So again, you could use cable ties. I'm going to use gaffer tape. I'm also going to, just to give it a bit of extra rigidity, put a line of double-sided tape along these as well, so these will stick onto that, and then I will gaffer tape around them. So let's get my double-sided tape. Again, this isn't enough on its own to hold the candles in place. This will just help minimize a bit of movement. So we'll do a strip of this on here. In fact, this is actually quite wide. I'm going to be really clever and actually cut this in half this way and do a little bit of a thinner strip. So yeah, anything you can do to help reduce movement on fireworks is always a bonus. There we go. So we will do a strip along there, like so, and we will do a strip along there, like so. There we go. And then we will peel this double-sided backing paper off. We'll try to at least. There we go. Luke says, talking black match, I've got some very different quick match this year as bright green plastic outer. But instead has multiple strands of black match, it's got one single piece. Oh, interesting. That does sound unusual. Yeah. That does sound very unusual indeed. Have you fired any of it yet? Does it behave like a quick match? Right, so I'm going to just put this one on. Rest that on there like that, push it down. Again, this double-sided tape is not enough on its own to be adequate support for this candle, but once I gaffer tape it, it will be nice and sturdy. So there we go, there's that. Let's get my gaffer tape. Now this is going to be, I should have probably elevated this so I could actually get around the bottom of it. Let me see what I could use. I could use some these rolls. I'm going to put a roll of tape under there. I'm going to put a roll of tape under here, just to elevate this, just so that I can wrap tape around. So there we go, that's worked quite well. I've got to be careful of this spike. This is kind of yeah. Right, so I'm going to use some gaffer tape. Shall I use silver? Shall I use black? It doesn't really matter. Where's my black gaffer tape gone? Actually, there it is. I do tend to like to use black for fireworks. It doesn't really make a lot of difference. I mean, it's going to be dark anyway, isn't it? So people are not going to see this. This is going to be towards the back of my site anyway, so it's not going to be a focus of people's attention. But let's... So again, these are quite... There's some weight in here, so I'm going to gaffer tape these in several places. You could use cable ties, big thick cable ties. I just find this is better because cable ties don't actually stick to this. Yeah, they can grip it, but they can still move. You could cable tie and then put this over. I find this works really well. And then at the end of the night, you can just slice down the gaffer tape and the candles will come off. So Northeast Pyro is here. More fireworks here. I must say I bought more myself. Firestar double break shot tubes. What's your opinion? Firestar are one of those brands that, how did we term them on one of the other streams? The value brands. So they're not the best quality, they're all right. I mean, for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, so on a stream last week, somebody asked a question in the chat, which is my favourite firework brand, and it was really difficult to kind of narrow that down to one brand. But then somebody asked, what's your least favourite firework brand? And I made the point that there are some pretty, not poor quality, but we call them value brands that I don't really kind of go near. I don't really use them in any of my displays. But then I made the point that actually there's no such thing as bad fireworks. So I thought, I've kind of said that now, I've claimed that, I need to stand by that. So I went out the next day, I bought some really cheap diamond firework candles. So they're like a value brand. And I've put them into this display. So I redesigned my display to put them in. We're going to see how they hold up against like the likes of these yogi candles and things like that. So Firestar, one of those kind of more value brands. I don't think I've ever used Firestar in any of my displays, but you know, cheap and cheerful, let's call them. So Luke says, yes, did test some today, but it did seem to act differently. More of a hot flare than quick match used to be. Interesting. Still very, very fast there. We'll send you a picture of it. Yeah, that's, yeah, I'd be curious to see that. That's, doesn't sound quite like quick match, but yeah, I don't know what that is. Right, so actually, am I going to cable tie these and tape them? There is a bit of weight in them. Let's have a think. Yeah, let's cable tie as well. Let's see if I've got some longer cable ties in my cable tie stash. I probably have. I've got so many different cable ties down here. These look a little bit longer. 30mm is still probably not enough. Are these long enough to go around? Ooh, not quite. I probably need like 40mm. 400mm ones rather. I've got any longer ones. Got a few longer ones, not that many. And they're reusable ones as well. Let's see. Oh, I have got some. Here we go. So yeah, I have an assortment of different size, different thickness cable ties. These ones look a little bit longer. These will probably be okay. yeah, they'll work. So let's get a few of those out. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, because I keep saying that you guys can cable tie, and yet I don't actually cable tie things, so I thought let's cable tie these because there is some weight in it. Gaffer tape alone would hold it if I went round like 3 or 4 times. I'd be happy enough with that, but I'm going to show you guys how we can cable tie as well. So Northeast Pyro, I paid £12 for 4 of them, and then TNT Bumblebee. Now the TNT Bumblebee shot 16 shot cake, that's a good cake. TNT are kind of one of those brands that's maybe just fractionally above value, but not kind of way up there in terms of quality. I have used TNT products in displays before. Am I using any TNT in this one? I don't think I am this year. But yeah, the 16 shot Bumblebee cake, that's not bad actually from TNT. £12 for 4 Firestar candles, single shots. I don't know if I would pay that for that, but anyway, let me know how they perform. They might be good. So, okay, so I'm going to do a cable tie around here. So again, you have to be careful with cable ties. You don't pull them too tight because you don't want to choke the tubes in the candle. But I obviously want this to be tight enough that it's not going to fall off my support here. And we'll do another one down here at the bottom. I am going to use gaffer tape as well, just to be doubly sure. So again, tight but not too tight, because I don't want to compress the cardboard tubes inside here, because if you do that, the shots won't be able to necessarily get past that. They could explode in the tube, the whole firework could explode, you could have all kinds of issues. So Northeast Pyro says, say good night. Loving the content. Thank you very much, Northeast Pyro. Thanks for your company this evening. I know it's getting late now in the UK, it's 10:15, but thank you for being here. Thanks for being on one of my streams again. Hopefully see you in a future stream. Thank you very much. So we've got a couple of cable ties on that one. We'll do a couple of cable ties on this one as well. So we'll do one here. Like so. So again, tight but not too tight. I'm not over tightening these. I'll do another one down here. So tight but not too tight. So that would probably be sufficient for these. But as I say, I am going to gaffer tape them as well. So let's cut off the excess on these cable ties. Again, you don't need to do this. I'm just kind of neatening it up a little bit. Okay, that's that done. So I'm now going to gaffer tape so we'll do a strip near the top. I'm also going to cover the fuse up as well because I'm not using that fuse, so I want to make clear that that fuse is not of interest to me. And we'll go around like that. Didn't quite go long enough. Never mind, let's do that again. Like so. Let's do the same on this side. So we're going to go around like that, all the way around here. Gone too long on this one, never mind. Stuck to my table, there we go. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to do another one kind of midway down. Adam says, after watching your video now, I'm going to try and angle my candles in a V shape as it looks cool. I have plenty of space widthways in our garden. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you're firing multiple candles, there's lots of different things you can do. You know, it does get a bit boring if everything goes straight up in a display. So it's nice to have things go out at angles. And that's why fanned cakes are really popular as well. Get a much wider effect in the sky. But yes, if you've got multiple candles, If you've got two candles, you can try firing them in a V from the centre of your display outwards, or you could put one either side of your display on your outer edges, kind of firing in, crossing over in the sky in the middle. That's another way you can do it with two. If you've got three, again, you can do like a W formation, so 3, 1 straight up and 2 out to the side. Or the other way you could do it with three is, again, have one in the middle going up, 2 on the outer side. So you basically, they all go up to a point in the centre of your display, high up in the sky, and cross over. So there's lots of different things you can do to be creative with candles when using them in multiples. So, oh, didn't quite want that to stick there. It's going to go down here. Try and get it from underneath. And we will try and do this one. We'll do this one down at the bottom, actually. We'll go over this cable tie. This just will stop the cable tie itself from any movement. So one there. And we might just do, probably it doesn't need a third one in the middle, but I'm going to just do a third one in the middle for my own peace of mind. Like I say, there is a bit of weight in these candles. Smaller candles you won't need to go to these lengths to secure them, but if you find yourself asking yourself the question, you know, have I secured this well enough? If you find yourself asking that question, you know, just go with your gut and like put some more securing methods on it. You can never over secure a candle. There we go, that's on there nicely. Let's do one more, two more on this one. And then we will look at how we're going to fuse these, because say my plan has changed a little bit now that I've discovered that there's a black match on the tops of these. So I'm just going to touch that on there. That didn't go very straight. Never mind, it'll do the job. And we'll do one at the bottom here. Over the cable tie just to prevent that any movement there. Last but not least, I will also just put a little bit on the bottom. So the bottoms of these are resting on these little brackets. These are little computer peripheral brackets from inside of a computer. Just going to put a little bit of tape over those just to stop any movement on there. And then these candles are well and truly secured. They are not going anywhere. So let's get that over there. Let's get this over here. Adam says I often buy little 10-shot candles in a 12-pack and fire them all together to form a big candle gun. Yeah, that always, yeah, and that's one of the things, one of the techniques I use in this display. In this display, because I'm limited on space, everything has to be Cat 2, so everything has to be small garden fireworks effectively. But you can get good displays if you do things in quantity. So if you saw one of my earlier streams, you'll see I set up, I'm going to have 5 fountain tables across the front of my display spread out of like 20-metre width. The fountains on them are really small, some are only Cat 1, but when you've got 5 of them going off in a line, it's going to look more impressive than if you just have one. So that's one way that you can make smaller fireworks look more impressive, use them in quantities, do different things with them. So yeah, Adam says he buys like a pack of 12 small candles, fires them all together as a big candle bundle. Absolutely. Works well. Again, you could try angling all those out, do a fan of 12, that would look impressive as well. So, okay, so we've got that. I'm going to stand that. Will that stand up here? It will. Can you guys still see that on the screen? Yes, you can. Right, so how am I going to fuse this? So, I am going to use tape match on this one and a Talon and some Visco, but I'm going to use just normal Visco. I do have this lightning fast Visco, which burns at a rate of like 100 meters a second, so it's really, really fast. Quite difficult to get hold of. So Mark says, do you ever do hand firing? Not really, certainly not in public displays these days. There are very few people that hand fire. People like to hand fire. There is, you know, a bit of a nostalgia to it, and you get a bit of a buzz when you're hand firing. But it's safer these days to do electronic firing, and actually you can do a lot more electronically firing because you can fire things the opposite ends of your sight at exactly the same time, which if you were hand firing on your own, you wouldn't be able to do. So, so no, I don't hand fire for displays. Some of if you watch my channel, I've been given the opportunity to fire and film some brand new fireworks that landed in the UK this year from the likes of Celtic and Vivid and Evolution and Primed and a whole host of other ones. And those, when I'm just firing like one firework at a time, yes, I will just hand light that, because there's no point in setting up an electronic firing system to fire one firework. But for displays, it's safer to use a firing system, so that's what I do. But thanks for your question on that, Mark, I appreciate it. So, okay, so how am I going to fuse these though? So I'm going to use some, let's have a look, what am I going to use? A whole range of different fuses here. I think I'm going to use some Visco. So this is the normal Visco. This is the kind of Visco you'll get on your cakes and your fireworks. I think it's like 2mm diameter. Burns rate at a rate of 1 centimetre a second. So a 10cm Visco fuse like that will take 10 seconds to burn. This is slightly thicker Visco. This isn't my no, that's my fast Visco. This is the same, this burns at the same rate, but it's thicker. I think this is like 3mm, 4mm, so it's a bit more sturdy. But it's not quick fuse. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to make it quick. I'm going to show you guys how to do that. Mark says, yeah, all right, I always hand fire. Yeah, some people do, and that's fine. So you do get a buzz hand firing. So I'm going to cut a piece of this that will go across both like that. Again, if you've got a coil of fuse like this and you're going to cut it, always make sure you unravel more than you need when you cut it. Reason being is that if you cut it really here and for whatever reason it catches fire, this will actually explode that amount together. So always unravel a lot more than you need to cut. Mark says, love the Vivid stuff. Yeah, I like Vivid's products as well. And they've got some great new products this year. You'll see them on my channel. Goldilocks is a new fountain that Vivid have brought out, their first fountain. It's a lovely gold plumes. It's got some blue stars in there. It's really nice. So yeah, so let's, that's about the length we need. I'm going to cut that here. Like so, and let's just coil up the rest of this Visco fuse, because we don't need any more of that now. There we go. And then I am going to use something called Tape Match. Again, it's a bit of a specialist product, so don't rush out and buy it if you don't know what you're doing with it. Adam says, how much fuse do you use in an average display? I usually use about 3 meters in a 15-minute display, and always extend all the fuses, as some are tiny in length. It kind of depends on how you are lighting things. Again, like Mark said, he hand lights stuff. If I was to be hand lighting something and I had two fireworks kind of opposite ends of my sight and I wanted them to go off simultaneously, yeah, I'm going to have to extend the fuse on one so I can light that and have a longer delay on that to give me time to get to the other one to light that, so that they both hopefully go off at a very similar time. Most of the stuff in this display I've not needed to extend the fuses on because I just clip the talons straight on. I did some candle fans on my fountain boards, which you may have seen in one of my earlier streams. I've used some lightning fast fuse on that, probably about a metre in total on that, like 50 centimetres on each. I'm using a little bit here, across here. I think this is the only fuse I've used so far in this. Generally, I only really use fuse on candle fans and things. Don't really have much need to use it on anything else generally. Oh no, I did use it on some mines as well. I used a little bit on some mines. So yeah, right, so this is going to go on here and it's going to stick down on that. So let me stick that down first. So tape match or sticky match, it's basically like sellotape, sticky tape, but it has a line of black powder in the middle. Let me try and find the end of this, which is easier said than done. There it is. And you can light that and it will burn a bit like Visco. You can fold it back on itself, stick it back on itself, and it will burn even faster. I am going to use this initially just to hold, try and hold this fuse in place whilst I work on the rest. So I'm doing the fuse across the top like that. I'm going to stick a piece there, see if that's enough to hold that on its own. Yeah, it kind of pretty much is. I hope you guys can see this as well. I know it's not the best angle. And then we'll do another piece along the length here. This is really quite expensive stuff. This is about £15 a roll. I think you only get about 10 meters, 15 meters on a roll. So it is expensive stuff. I don't use it. I use it a bit, but try to use it quite sparingly if I can. So there we go. So the idea is I'm going to clip a talon igniter on in the middle. It's going to burn down both ends of that. It's going to get to the tape match, which is then going to ignite all the black match and fire all the tubes. So Mark says you're doing a display on Sunday. Yes, Bonfire Night is this Sunday. This is stuff I'm preparing for a public display I'm doing over in Liverpool on Sunday. I will also be doing a display on Saturday, the day before, live streamed from my back garden. I do it every year around Bonfire Night. It's always a lot of fun. So join me for that. Don't know the exact time yet. It's probably going to be about 5:30 in the evening on Saturday, something like that. But if you subscribe to my channel, enable notifications, you'll be notified when I do go live on that. So display on Saturday that's going to be live streamed. Display on Sunday, public display on Sunday that I'm doing in Liverpool, which I will be filming, recording, and then it will go on my channel in the days following that. So going back to Adam's comment about some fuses are tiny in length. Yes, sometimes that can be deceiving. If you watch some of my early streams when we were doing the cakes, quite often the fuse can go into the paper on the cake, so that you only get a tiny little bit that sticks out from the paper. But actually, if you tease that back a little bit, you'll find that the fuse actually runs down the side of the firework before it goes into the tube at the bottom. So fuses have to be at least 7 centimeters long, so you have to have at least a 7-second delay from lighting the outer end of a fuse to give you time to get away. So that's a legal requirement. So even if the fuse looks short and there's only a little bit poking out of the firework, there will still be a lot of it inside before it actually goes into the firework, just underneath the paper wrapper. Okay, so that's stuck on there. So again, the talon's going on there. This isn't going to burn there very fast, so I could like that, and it could be several seconds before it goes to there. So how am I going to make this faster? Mark says, look forward to seeing that. Adam says, I just stick with Visco because I'm comfortable using it and know you can get some extremely fast fuse that burns instantly, but looks like you need to have... Yeah, absolutely. So if in doubt, don't use fast Visco or lightning fast Visco. Just use normal Visco. It burns at a rate of 1 centimetre a second, the same as your Visco on your fireworks. This burns at a centimetre a second as well. I'm going to use some tape match. It is quite specialist. It is available to anyone, but I say if you're not comfortable with this, because it is quite a dangerous product, don't use it. So first thing I'm going to do on here is attach my talon igniter. I'm just working out what length I'm going to need on this. Probably only going to need a short one on here, because I think I'm going to put my slat fairly close. So I'm going to go for a 50 centimetre talon. I'm going to clip it in the centre roughly like that and squeeze down on the jaws. So when I ignite that, it's going to burn both ends of that in theory and light both of these. How can I speed this up? I can speed this up by using some more tape match. So Mark says I'm not that far from Liverpool. Yeah, I used to live in Liverpool. I used to work in Liverpool. I lived there for about a decade. I was involved in actually setting up what was the Echo Arena there. It's now the M&S Bank Arena. But yeah, I was involved in setting that up. So I really do love Liverpool. It is a lovely city. It really, really is. Still see it as a second home, even though I now live in Manchester. So right, I've done a piece of tape match over this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bend this over the fuse. So this will behave almost like a quick match, but because I've got fuse in, I mean, you don't have to use fuse. I could just use the tape, but then just a piece of tape across here is going to be quite flimsy. Having the Visco underneath just gives it a bit more rigidity, but it will burn at the rate of the tape match, not at the rate of the Visco fuse, if that makes sense. So we'll get that like that. The other thing as well, tape match is very sensitive to sparks, so you need to protect the tape match, which we will do in a minute. We will foil this and make sure that that's all good. I'm going to put a little bit more. You can layer this as well. You can do tape match on top of tape match, and it all helps. So I'm going to just do a little piece just around here. Oop, there goes my tape match. Just to ensure we get a good contact on this. Okay, and then the last thing I'm going to do with tape match. So again, this is going across here. It's going over a bit of the black match, which should then light all those tubes pretty quickly. I'm going to make it light them even quicker by just doing a bit of tape match this way over the top of the tubes as well. So one piece. Two pieces. Three pieces, and do the same on this side. One piece. Two pieces. And three pieces. Okay, so there we go. So that's the fusing of that done. So when I fire this talon igniter, it's going to initially ignite the visco because it's clipped onto the visco. The visco is then going to ignite the tape match. The tape match is going to quickly burn across in both directions. Woof, is going to ignite all the black match on the top here, which in turn is going to ignite all the tubes, and both of these should in theory go together. So all I need to do now is basically protect this from stray sparks, because this is really susceptible to stray sparks. A little single spark on tape match can set the whole thing off. So I'm going to foil the tops of these. Let's see how we're going to do this. Probably going to do it this way. So a couple of pieces. One, two, three, and four. So this is double-sided, not even double-sided, it's sticky on one side, aluminium tape. Protects the fuses and the tape match, but the candle is powerful enough that it will just shoot straight through this foil tape. Adam says, how sensitive is visco to sparks from other fireworks, or if I'm cutting down when preparing them? So visco is not as sensitive as tape match or quick match. It is still susceptible to sparks though. So I always cover any excess up. You'll see if you watch more of my other live streams where we prepared all the cakes and things, I always put a bit of foil tape over the fuse just to stop any stray sparks. In terms of cutting them, you do have to be a little bit careful. You are technically meant to cut visco with brass scissors, non-sparking scissors, because there is a small chance if you use normal scissors it could cause friction, it could ignite the visco. Chances of that happening are very small. Best thing you can do, because it's quite difficult to get hold of brass scissors, use normal scissors, but make sure they're clean. Don't get them gummed up with, you know, if you're cutting loads of sticky tape, these are going to get gummed up. Make sure they're nice and clean so they will cut through nice and swiftly. And if you are going to cut visco like that, I would suggest, if you're not comfortable with it, do it outside, do it outdoors. So, but yes, it can be sensitive to sparks from other fireworks. Less so when you're cutting it, but there is always that risk. So let's do another piece of foil over here. So there we go, the top of that now, all the tape match and the visco is covered, so that's protected from any stray sparks. We'll do the same on this side. So we'll do a piece over there. And when I peel the backing off here, it's easy to do when you've got nails. I have no nails because I've been working in a field all last week doing a big display, so I got very wet, very muddy, and I have no nails left as a result. So, but hey, we go on, we manage. So right, so those two, obviously I still need to protect this bit, so I will do another strip that goes across the top like this. And we will stick this. Oh, it doesn't coil up on itself. We'll stick this across the top like so. And then I'm just going to kind of fold this down, bend this down around to completely cover the Visco and the tape match. And actually covering it in this way will actually further increase the speed. I mean, tape match is almost as fast as quick match. Covering it again, so enclosing it will make it even faster still. So in theory, again, I'll need to just change the delay on my programming for this one. Most of the time when I clip Visco, excuse me, when I clip a Talon onto a Visco fuse on a cake, I allow 3 seconds between the point of igniting the Talon to the point where the firework's going to start doing something. And because I've done this, I can reduce that. I'll probably reduce this down to like 1 second. So I'll just need to fire this 1 second before I want this to all go up. So Luke says, everything you do is so neat. You should see my candle fans. Looks like a toddler has foil tape mine. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to look neat. At the end of the day, nobody's going to see, the audience is not going to see this. So it doesn't really matter what it looks like as long as it does its job. So as long as it's completely covered, it doesn't matter if the foil's messy. But yeah, I do generally work quite neat, but fireworks, you don't really have to, as long as it's safe. Safety is the most important thing. Does this make it safer putting this on the top? Well, it stops cross ignition, so it stops this going off when I don't want it to, or minimises the chance. We'll use the word minimise rather than stop. Because it's still possible, if I had a fountain next to this and sustained sparks were falling on here for like 80 seconds or whatever, there is a chance that could burn through. But you know, the odd stray spark, not going to burn through. So there is my candle frame with my 2 Yorgi candles on, all ready to go. So tops are foiled, and then that's ready to plug into my firing system. Let me just label that so I know where that's going to plug in. That is going to plug in to H2. H2. So I'm just going to put a little label on the end of the igniter on this one to say H2. So H is the position. I've got a number of different positions in this display, and 2 is the Q number, the channel number, as it were, in that position. So this is going to be H2. So there we go, there's that one done as well. Right, let's have a look what we're going to do next. Downscale says, when do you get to your pneumatic air cannons? Yeah, no, I do need to do a video on that. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, Disney launched some of their fireworks using compressed air rather than normal like black powder lift charges, and I've been looking into that. I've been chatting to a number of people about that, so I do have a video kind of in the works for that, which will hopefully be coming out probably next year now, all about air launched fireworks, which is really quite an interesting topic. I'm really excited about that, so looking forward to that. So I don't use any pneumatic air cannons. I don't know anybody other than Disney actually that do, so but I say a video's coming on that at some point. So there we go, there's that done. Let's move this out of the way now, because that's done. And then let's find, where are my Zeus candles? Where did we put those? There they are. So these are 56 shot low noise candles from Zeus Fireworks, called Twilight. They are category F2. There are 145.6 grams net explosive content. The effect 56 shots, white strobe tail. Downscale says, well, also I was just kidding, but the video sounds great. Yeah, I do quite, I mean, a lot of my followers, a lot of my fans are Disney fans as well. And so there is quite a lot of Disney firework content on my channel as well. I did one of my most popular videos is I looked into the launch sites around Magic Kingdom in Orlando, Florida. All the launch sites they use to launch fireworks from for the nighttime shows. There's loads of different sites, and I've kind of identified where they all are and done a whole kind of investigation kind of video on that. Really, if you like Disney fireworks at Magic Kingdom and you want to know kind of how it all works and stuff, go check out that video. I put a lot of work into that, but it's one of my most popular videos, and that I really do still get many views every day, even 2 or 3 years on. So Jason is here. Hi Mark, it's Jason. How are you? How did the show go the other night? Which one? Because I did quite a few last week. I think you probably talked about the one I did on Saturday. I did a big show on Saturday that was so big that it took 3 days to rig. So we started rigging that on Wednesday, and we fired it on Saturday, and it was in a field that it was waterlogged and rainy and muddy, and it was grim in terms of the ground conditions and the weather, but the display itself was good. We fired nearly 3/4 of a ton of explosives in that show. Lasted about 15 minutes. It was a good show. So yes, it went really well, but it wasn't glamorous being in a field for 3 days in the rain and the mist and the wet and the mud and the sludge, and yeah, even a tractor got stuck in the field. And when a tractor gets bogged down in the field, you know things are bad. So it gives you an indication of how bad the conditions were. But it still went ahead, and it was good, and the audience liked it. So okay, so twilight candles. Let me see whereabouts on my firing site these are going. I think, and I moved stuff around a little bit. Yeah, so whilst the ones we've just done, the Yogi one's going to be in the centre of my display going out. These are actually going to be on the outer edges of my display, kind of going in and crossing over. So we're going to take the fuse cover off the top, the orange fuse cover. Like that. There's a piece of Visco in the top, which is what you would light. Always make sure as well to get your Roman candles the right way. It can be quite easy to inadvertently put them the wrong way around. I have seen it done before, and so they fire into the ground rather than the air, which is not a good thing. So most of them will have an indication which is the top. It should be fairly obvious, but occasionally you do get candles that have like the kind of cellophane that you get on top of cakes. Sometimes you can get that on the bottom of the candle and it makes it look like the top, so just always double check. Yeah, your big show Saturday. Yeah, that's right, Jason. So yes, it went well, thank you. Yeah, and Donna is still here, Mark. We got slammed with trick-or-treaters, but that's a good thing. What ignites the burst in the shell if they don't use any lift charge? Yeah, again, I say it's all going to be in my video, but they have little electronic igniters on, so they're air launched out of the tubes, and then like a time delay, a little electronic charge with a little battery in them. So it's quite a complex system. But I say I've got a video in the works on that. We talk about how it works, why they do it, where they do it, all those kind of things. So that's coming up probably next year now on my channel, all about Disney's air-launched fireworks. So, Bulletproof Mum says, I like that candle. If it's the one I'm thinking of, pretty white strobes. Yes, it is. White strobe tail. Zeus do, I think, 3 or 4 different varieties of this 56 shot candle. They do one called Brazilian, which is nice. It's kind of like yellows and greens, glittering. They do Britannia Waves, which is kind of like red, white and blue. I think there's probably another one they do as well. They do a few. So we're just getting the top off here. So I'm taking the foil, the paper foil top off to see what we've got underneath here. And yeah, actually, it's all black match on there with some tape over the top. So it's good that it's taped down. I'm not really going to change that in any way. What I probably will do is just stick a little bit of, I'm just use a little bit of tape match over the top just to ensure that all those strands light. They should, because they're taped down. So I'm fairly confident, but it's not going to do any harm to put a little bit of this on. I'm still going to use the Visco leader on it and attach a talon to that, but I'm just going to put a little bit of tape match over the top just to ensure that this candle bundle, candle barrage, all lights. So just a couple of little strips like that. That will be fine. Let's do the same on the other one. Generally speaking, you don't need to do this. I've never really had any reliability issues with Zeus candles. Bulletproof Mum says used in a few low noise. Yeah, they are low noise candles, so they are really good in low noise displays. Am I using this as part of my low noise? Because I'm doing a bit of a low noise section in this display. I kind of decided today when I started actually programming this all into my firing system today. Am I using this in my low noise section? I am using this in my low noise section. So yeah, my display is going to start off with a bit of noise. It's going to transition into a low noise section before the finale. So yeah, these are actually going to be part of my low noise section of my display. Jason says, another feeling, I got a van wedged in the mud on the weekend, had 3 tractors needed to pull us out. Yeah, we got our our vehicles bogged down quite a lot. It's quite a big site that we fire on, so we have little, they're like go-karts, but they're basically like 4-wheel drive go-kart things to get to and from everywhere because the display site is massive, and they got bogged down so many times. So we spent an awful lot of time just getting those out of the mud, having to pull them out, push them out, anything we could. So yeah, it was an experience, but hey, it's all good fun. Okay, so I'm going to get some talons on these. I'm going to use longer talons on these because he's going to be a little bit further away from where they're going to plug in. So I'm going to use some 2-meter ones. 1 and 2. Still 12 people watching. Thanks everybody for being here. Thanks if you've been watching for 2 hours 45 since the start. It's coming up to 10 to 11 at night here in the UK. I'm not going to be streaming all night. I think I streamed for 4 hours yesterday, 6 hours the day before, or something like that. Or no, is it 6 hours yesterday? I don't know. I lose track of time doing this, but we'll go for a little bit longer yet. Right, so we are going to clip this on here. I'm going to clip it again. It's what angle do you clip this on? You could clip it on here, you could clip it on here, you could clip it on the side and bend that over. Which is the best way to do it? I'm just going to clip it kind of over the top, and I can just foil over the whole lot. So, and actually, let's just talk about a little tip, because somebody on the stream yesterday says they were having issues getting talons to reliably ignite Visco. One of the things you can do is the point at which you're going to clip this on, just get the Visco between your fingernails, just break the lacquer on it. It has a little bit of a coating. Break it, bend it back and forth a few times, just loosen it up at that little point, and then clip this on that weak spot. It will just help to ignite the Visco a little easier. So if you're having issues with talons not igniting Visco, that's one thing you can do. So I'm just going to put a little bit of parcel tape just to hold this igniter wire in place first. Bulletproof Mum says nearly all mine are low noise now, or use the louder stuff sparingly. Circumstances change, but that's okay. Adapt and carry on. It's easy to do these days. Yeah, this is it. There is such a good range of low noise fireworks available now. Such a good variety that you can actually do a whole display just using consumer low noise stuff. I don't want to give too much away, but you might want to watch my live stream on Saturday from my back garden. That's all I'll say on that. Little hint there. Right, so we've taped that just to keep that in one place. I'm then going to just foil the top of this. So probably going to need a couple of strips to go over here. One and two. One like that, and so this is just protecting the black match on the top, it's protecting the tape match on the top, it's protecting the Visco fuse, and it's also keeping the talon nicely in place. We'll do another one like that over there. So there's that candle ready to go. The thing I do like about the Zeus candles is Zeus candles all come with a little polythene kind of bag, so I can actually use that to waterproof this. It can just go back in its bag like that. Works really quite well. So when I attach this, because obviously I'm going to attach this to a stake, it's not going to be quite as long as these ones, it'll be a shorter version. This will be staked into the ground. Candle will be attached, be gaffer taped on. Obviously not around this waterproofing, because then the candle could just fall out of that. So I will take this off and I will tape around that and then try and get this on over both the stake and the candle. If it doesn't go, I'll use a different bag. But that's what I'll do on the day itself. But for now, this can go back in its bag, keep it nice and protected. Why not? Like that. What I am going to do though, before I do that, is coil up the excess on the igniter. Give that a little twist. Let's find out what number this is going in. So this is going in to F11 and G11. So one's going into F, one's going into G. Doesn't really matter which is which. We'll do this one as F. So a little bit of tape on the top with F11 on. And a little bit of tape on the end of the igniter wire as well. Like so. And we'll put F11 on here as well. So there's that one ready to go. We'll put it back in its bag that it came in just for now, just to protect it. Let's grab the other. Oh, where's the bag for the other one? I know the candle's there. I'm not quite sure what I did with the bag for that one. Oh, there it is. I think, yep, that's good. Okay, so same again. Going to attach the talon. Like so. Say like so, I'm going to just undo it all first. There we go. So I'm going to clip it kind of across the top. I could do it at the side, could it down the side there, or an angle. I'm just going to keep it all together at the top so I can just tape over the whole thing. So clip on to the Visco fuse like that. I'm going to put a little bit of parcel tape down the side just to keep the igniter wire in one place. Like so. Bend that fuse over and we'll get a couple of pieces of foil tape to go across the top. I probably am going to buy some wider aluminium foil tape. I mean, this stuff's good. It's 50mm wide. I know you can get it wider. You can get 75mm. You can get 100mm. There's just been a few times when like this 50mm just about kind of covers it, but not quite. So 75mm, I'd be able to do this in one piece, but using two works just as well. Downscale says, what will these fireworks that you're working on be used for? So this coming Sunday is Bonfire Night in the UK. Bonfire Night is something we have every year on the 5th of November. It's where we celebrate the fact that the Houses of Parliament weren't blown up and the King wasn't blown up back in 1604. Bulletproof Mum, thank you for reminding me of that yesterday. 1604. There was a plot to blow up the Houses of Parliament and the King. Somebody put, a group of people put a load of gunpowder under the Houses of Parliament, and there was a guy sat there minding it, keeping his eye on it, and he got caught, and the plot was foiled, and everybody lived happily ever after, apart from Guy Fawkes, obviously, the person that put this stuff there. But as a result of that, every year since, we celebrate Bonfire Night on the 5th of November. So we have bonfires. We sometimes burn effigies of Guy Fawkes on bonfires. Doesn't happen as often that nowadays, but it used to be a big thing. But we do fireworks. So this is for a public firework display I'm doing on Bonfire Night itself this coming Sunday in my second home city of Liverpool. So that's what these fireworks are for. Right, so that's let's coil this up, and then this is going to, well, actually let's label this as well. This is going to be G11. So a little sticker on the top. G11. So G is just the position this is going to be in on the firing site, and 11 is the queue number, the channel number it's going into on my firing system at that location. So JLK Jason says that when's your next pro show, Mark? So my next one I think is a couple of days after Bonfire Nights. I think like next Tuesday I think is my next one. They kind of come thick and fast this time of year. But yeah, my next one I think is a week on Tuesday, or today in fact it'll be, won't it? So yeah, right, let's put G11 on here as well. A Bulletproof Mum says, I might have a small fire this year if the weather isn't too bad and we make the whole evening. Yeah, but yeah, bonfires are not as common as they used to be, sadly. But hey, on my stream on Saturday, my kind of bonfire night, pre-bonfire night stream, I usually get a fire pit going, little fire basket with some wood in it, you know, just keep warm if nothing else. So this was G11. There we go. So we'll coil this excess igniter wire up like so. Give it a little twist to keep it all together. And then this will go back in its bag. So yes, I do like the fact that these candles come in these little polythene bags. They're great for waterproofing because they're just the right size for the candle as well. And if you've got a thin enough stake, you can get a stake in the side as well and keep the bag on. But there's that done. So yeah. So we've done the 2 Aurora Borealis candles. We've done the 2 Yorgi candle barrages. We've done the 2 Zeus Twilights. I then need to do some of these 8-shot Roman candle things from Yorgi. Storm 3 and Storm 4. Let's play some space on here. So Storm 3, Storm 4. Let's move these ones. Let's put these ones down here for now. So Storm 3, they're both 8 shots. This has 48 grams of net explosive content. I imagine this one's the same. 48 grams net explosive content, 8 shots each. Storm 3, the effects are red, green and yellow silver tail. So effectively coloured stars, coloured pearls with a bit of a glittering tail behind them. The Storm 4 is red, lemon, blue and purple stars, but with no tails, so just the stars. So relatively low noise. These, again, it tells you which way is up. There's some arrows there, so this is the top. That's the bottom. You've got to make sure you get them the right way. I haven't fired these before, but I have seen footage of them. They look pretty good. They're going to be used as part of my low noise section of the display. So Luke says, what's your views on Celtic Hong Kong candles? Got a fair few of them this year, but slightly regretting them as I've heard. Height isn't in them like the... Yeah, I think they've been watered down a little bit over the years. I've still got a couple knocking around somewhere, not here, but somewhere else. They're okay. If you can get them for a good price, they're all right. They are quite expensive at RRP. I think they're about £6 or something like that, RRP. If you can pick them up for a couple of quid or less, they're good quality candles. Downside is they are F3, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they're F3, which is why I don't use any of my displays, my F2 displays. And I would have liked to see a few more effects in those Hong Kong candles. They've been around a long time. You know, it'd be nice if they kind of refreshed and brought some new effects out in them as well. But they're okay. As I say, they perform well. Have they been watered down over the years? Yeah, they're not the same as the Shanghai candles you used to get, which was kind of like the forerunner to the Hong Kong candles, but they're all right. Jason's on a show this Saturday with a twist. People mounted pyro on paratroopers and 2 big displays in Wales. Wow, that sounds That sounds like you're going to have a busy Saturday there, Jason. But yeah, pyro mounted on people with paratroopers. I've seen pyro mounted on planes before. That looks quite spectacular. We have a display team in the UK called Pyro Sparks, where they have little kind of remote control planes, but they have fireworks on them and things. And yeah, quite impressive. So, but paratroopers, that's interesting. I've never seen that. I've seen smoke, I think, on paratroopers before, coloured smoke, you know, coming out from their ankles and things. Well, not literally their ankles, obviously smoke canisters on their ankles, but fireworks, yeah, that's going to be fun. So right, let's have a look what else we've got on here. This is quite good. I like the fact that it has this little image, even though it's not in English. There's this little image, and this one's really quite important. Can you see that one? It's basically got a glass with a plus sign and then a bomb and then a line through it, and it's basically saying don't drink when using fireworks. I see so many people who like to have a bit of a drink on Bonfire Night, whatever, and they're lighting fireworks whilst they're drinking alcohol and under the influence and stuff, and it's just a no-no. When you're doing fireworks, when you're firing fireworks, you need to have your wits about you. You can't be drunk, you can't be high on drugs. You've got to, you know, at the end of the day, it's your safety and it's your spectators' safety, and that's got to come first. But I'm probably preaching to the converted. You guys all know that, but it's nice to actually see that on a firework, actually saying, you know, don't drink and do fireworks at the same time. Dan's going to say no martinis and car bombs allowed. Yeah, that's right. So Storm 3, Storm 4, I'm using, let me see how many I'm using in this display. I think I'm using, let's just check my site layout. I think I'm going to use 5 Storm 3s, so they're the ones with the glittering tails, and I think 4 Storm 4s, they're the ones without the glittering tail. I think that's what I've kind of decided on. So let's do the 4 Storm 4s first, shall we? So somebody asked an interesting question on one of my other streams of the day. Where's the fuse on my Roman candle? If you get a Roman candle like this, most times fireworks have a little orange fuse cover you peel off and there's the fuse. A lot of the time Roman candles don't, and they don't actually have a visible fuse. Where is the fuse? Well, it's actually underneath the cellophane at the top. You have to take the cellophane off and you'll find the fuse folded up inside there. So let's get that, tease that out. So there's the fuse. Now it is really difficult with talons when you have candles like this. So if you can see inside here, you can see there's a bit of a distance before you actually get to the first firework. Let me try and measure that. If I put a screwdriver down there, take that out and just measure that distance with my ruler. So that is about 3 centimeters from the top of the candle to where the visco fuse kind of disappears to the first shot. Now obviously on a bore size this is only I think 21 mil, I think the bore size on this. Let's have a look. Yeah, it looks about right, 21 mil. You're going to struggle to clip your talon as close as you possibly can to where the visco actually goes into the first shot. The best you can do is kind of clip it over the top. So that's fine, so I'll have to live with that and just account for that accordingly in my timing. What you could do is you could shove a load of tape match down there, you could shove a load of quick match down there, fast fuse, whatever, just to help that speed up, so that's possible. Jason says, seen Pyro Sparks, amazing, clever how it's done. Yes, they are good Pyro Sparks. What I can do with this and what I will do, I'm going to take a tiny little piece of tape match, if I can find the end. There it is. Just a tiny little piece. Only like a couple of centimetres or 3 centimetres, just like that. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to stick this inside, and basically this fuse, I'm going to basically just tape it to the side of the candle using tape match, and it will just help. It will speed up the burn time on that last little bit of fuse that I can't get a talon to. So I'll clip the talon as close as I can to the top of the candle, but then there's going to be about 3 seconds of fuse before it kind of gets down past that first cardboard bung. This will just speed this process up. So here's a little tricky to do this. I've done it before. You've got to kind of fold this back on itself so you can kind of put this down the tube and then try and it's kind of almost need another hand to do this. Let's try doing it with a that might be a little bit easier. And we'll stick that to the inside. Again, it might just shave a second or so off the ignition time. Again, this is using Talons. You could use eMatch and you could get it to like a lot quicker, but I don't really use eMatch an awful lot in this display. There are some fireworks in this display that will be eMatch, but I'll be eMatching those on the day. There's about 160, 170 different fireworks in this show. To eMatch all those on the day would take an absolute age. So I like to do as much prep as I can beforehand, which is why I use Talons. And because it's not a paramusical, I'm not that fussed about split-second timing. So there we go. So that's done. So I don't know if I can show you that. I don't know if you'll be able to see that. Possibly not. But basically, I've just done a tiny little bit of tape match down from the top of the tube down to the first cardboard bung. It will just speed that bit of fuse up a little bit. So I can then clip a Talon onto that. Jason says, how much is a roll of tape match? It's quite expensive. It's not cheap. It's I think it's about 15-16 pound for a roll, and I think you only get maybe 10-15 meters on a roll, so it is quite expensive, you know, £1 or so a meter, if not more. So expensive. I think it's 10. I can't remember how much is on a roll. Let me have a little look and just have a see if I can find it. 15 meter roll. So it's 15 meters, and actually it looks like the price has kind of gone up. It's now, let's just have a look. Yeah, it's £20 a roll now, so it's gone up even more. So it's not cheap, but it's a good alternative because quick match really isn't available to consumers these days. Tape match still is, so it's an alternative. Okay, so we've tape matched down that side just to speed that bit up a bit. We'll then clip on a Talon to this candle. So I am going to do this. I am actually going to do this kind of up the side here like this. Clip that on there, fold this down, and I'm going to tape over that with some aluminium foil. Jason says 10 quid I pay. Yeah, I guess if you shop around you can get it a bit cheaper, but it's anywhere between 10 and 20 pound for a roll of 15 meters of tape match, sometimes called sticky match. It's good stuff. So we'll go over the top of the tube, we'll go down over the Talon there, and we'll tape all that down, keep that all in place. So there we go, there's that. So Talon at the side on that one, all kept nice and secure. So let's coil up the excess on this one. So there's my first Storm 4 done. Let's put that out of the way there. Let's do the next one. So yeah, remove the Perspex polythene, whatever it is, top on there. Bring the fuse out. So sometimes you might get a tube on a candle or a cake that looks kind of a little bit damaged like that at the top. Can you kind of see there, it's a bit damaged? That's fine, it'll still fire through that. That's no concern. The issue is if you get damage down the main bit. If it's damaged at the top of the tube, the shots will still fire out. Jake, yes, 20, yes. As I say, that was just that one store I looked at. I'm sure if you shop around you can get it a bit cheaper, but it's not cheap. It's not cheap at all. Right, so I'm going to do the same again. I'm going to take a little bit of my So if I can find the end, my tape match, there it is. Like so, and try and get this fuse stuck along the side of the tube, the inside of the tube. Use my screwdriver, it was a bit easier that way, I think. That's good. Yeah, that's, I don't know if you can kind of see inside that. So that will just speed up that little bit of fuse. I'll still probably allow, say I normally allow a 3-second delay from the talons on a cake to actually igniting the cake. These I'm probably going to allow 4 seconds, because at the end of the day, that fuse basically goes all the way down the length of that tube. So in here are effectively like mini shells. There's 8 little mini shells, a lift charge underneath each one. So even though when that fuse disappears below that first cardboard tube, it's still got a little bit way more to burn to get down to the lift charge beneath that first shell. So I'm probably going to allow 4 seconds. I may even allow 5 seconds. We'll see. So that's that. Let's get a talon on that. So we undo it like that. And then I'm going to clip this on the side again. So sometimes I clip it on over the top like that, but because I kind of taped the visco down to the side, I want to kind of almost pull that tight rather than pull it away. If I was to clip that on like that, there's a chance this could kind of pull that, pull the visco away from the tape match. So if I do it kind of down the side here, and pull this fuse kind of up and over, it will just keep that, all being well, nicely in place. So we go like that, fold the excess over, and we get some aluminium foil tape. And again, I'm not waterproofing these candles because these candles are going to be on their own stakes. These 4 are going to be effectively in between. So I've got to have 5 sites at the front, my 5 fountain tables. These are effectively going to be in between the gaps in those at slight angles. So they're going to be individual, but they're going to be on their own stakes and things. So I want to waterproof them after I've attached them to the stakes, really. So this is going to go over here. Like that. There we go, that's good. And there's storm 4, number 2. There we go, that's good. So 2 more storm 4s to do. 2 down, 2 to go. So again, let's get rid of the film top so that we can actually access the fuse. There we go. Pyro Bundy is back. Hello Mark, he says, always enjoy catching the lives you do, even if I've missed 3 hours of it today. Don't worry, I think I streamed for 6 hours yesterday in total, over 2 streams. My wife said to me last night, she goes, do you realise you spent a quarter of your day streaming? I'm like, yeah, I have, haven't I? So, so I'm not going to be doing 6 hours today. But yeah, we've been going 3 hours, 13 minutes so far. So, so Pyro Bundy's just joined in. How's the weather for you or shows this weekend in your area? Still a bit kind of hit and miss. We are still 5 days away, so it could change. At the moment, it's looking like there might be some showers around, but again, I'm more concerned about the wind. It might be a little bit breezy. We shall have to see. Again, we're 5 days away, so forecasts haven't really kind of converged yet. Different forecasts are saying different things, so we shall wait and see. We shall see. But it's nice to have you back anyway, Pyro Bundy. What have you missed? So we've been setting up candles on this. The first part of the stream, we actually did a pretty in-depth investigation into the Aurora Borealis candle from Pyroworks, because we discovered that actually there's another label underneath the Aurora Borealis label. Ooh. So that was actually quite interesting. So you might want to go back and watch that if you want to kind of know more about that. That was towards the start of the stream. But the stream's available. You can, DVR's enabled, so it means you can go back and watch these things now, or you can watch the rest of the live stream now live, and then go back and watch the start of the stream again another time. But thanks for your company, Pyro Monday. Nice to have you back here. So yeah, I'm just fusing some Yorgi candles using talons, and I'm just trying to speed them up a little bit, because obviously you can't clip the talon right down the tube. You have to clip the talon at the top, and obviously there's a way for it to burn down before it gets to the first lift charge. So I'm just trying to speed that up a little bit with a tiny bit of tape match that I'm just using to stick the visible visco in the top of the tube down to the side of the tube, just to speed that up a bit. That's the aim. It's quite fiddly to do. In fact, it's very fiddly to do. But I've even got it at the wrong angle there. Let's see if I can correct that. There we go. That's better. So yeah, just a little bit of, there you see that, a little bit of tape match over the visco inside. That burns almost as fast as quick match. So then we get a talon, clip it onto the igniter. Untangle it first. They do usually just come and fall apart quite easily, these, but that one was a bit tangled up. So I'm going to clip this on to the side of the tube, well, the side of the visco, at the side of the tube like that. Give it a little squeeze, make sure there's good contact. Get some aluminium foil tape over the top of all that. Like so. There we go, that's good. And there's my candle ready to go. Coil up the excess again. Like that, so there's 3 storm fours done. We'll do the 4th. I do actually have 5 of them, but I'm only going to use 4 in this display. Can look a little bit better. There's been something a bit loose in the bottom of that, a little bit of loose powder. Not a problem, it'll still be fine. I'm going to use this one because it's not as rattly. Okay, so we pierce this red film top to access the fuse, because the fuse is underneath that. Get the fuse out. Get a little piece of tape match inside. Kind of using a screwdriver to help me maneuver that into position, like so. Push that down, that's great. And we get a talon on here as well. Okay, so we'll clip this on here. little squeeze and get some aluminium foil over the top of all that to protect it from stray sparks. Because these candles are going to be quite close to my fountain tables, so there is a chance that sparks could land on them, so this will just minimize the chance of these igniting. I mean, really, again, candles, not really a big issue because there's no exposed powder at the top. Yes, the spark could ignite the visco and set your candle off, but if sparks just fall on top of the tube and don't hit the visco, it's not going to set the firework off itself. So that's good there. And then let's coil that up. So there's our four Storm 4 candles done. I'm going to put the other one away because we don't need that. That one is spare. It's surplus for this show. I will use that again in another show, another time. So yeah, those four are going to go in between my 5 front sights effectively, and they're going to be angled out a little bit at some odd angles. So they're not going to just shoot straight up. I've not quite decided on the angles, but that's going to be the position that they are in. And then we've got 5 Storm 3s. So these are similar to Storm 4s, but they have glittering silver tails on as well, so a little bit fancier. There's going to be 5 of these. I think the way I'm going to do these, I could just do them as a fan of 5, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a fan of 3 in the middle of the display and 2 outer ones kind of coming in. So they're all going to kind of, 3 are going to go out, 2 are going to come in. In combination with the Storm 4s, they should look good. And I think I'm going to fire them as well at the same time. If you watch my other live stream, I got some really, really cheap candles. I don't think they're particularly great, but I'm going to stand by what I said about how there's no such thing as bad fireworks. Put them in my display. They're by Diamond, 140 shot Firestorm candles or something like that, only really cheap. I'm going to use those in the display at the same time as the Storm 3s and Storm 4s, just to see if they kind of hold their weight with them or if they look completely out of place. So that's going to be really interesting. I'm really looking forward to that. So there's going to be 6 of those Firestorm candles firing, 5 Firestorm 3s and 4 Firestorm 4s, all kind of roughly firing around about the same time. So it'll be a nice little comparison of Yorgi candles versus diamond candles. So I'm kind of looking forward to that actually now. So yeah. And the good thing is, even if the Firestorm ones don't perform very well, the Yorgi ones are going to be there in the background to cover up that, shall we say. But hey, we might be pleasantly surprised. We shall see. Okay, so we're doing a Storm 3 now. So pretty much they're identical form factors to the 4s. So we're going to prepare them in exactly the same way. So I'm going to do a tiny little bit of tape match. Actually, there's not quite as much distance down to the first cardboard disc in these as there was on the 4s. So I still think I'll allow for like a 4 or 5 second delay though in my programming on these. Okay, so that's in there like that, stuck over the visco. We get our 2-meter talon. 10 people still watching as we approach 11:30 at night here in the UK on Halloween. If you've been celebrating Halloween, I hope you've had a good evening, or maybe where you are in the world, Halloween is still kind of ongoing. So enjoy that if that's something that you get involved with and celebrate. And also big shout out to everybody who's super chatted this stream as well. I really do appreciate it. You don't have to. It's never expected, but it is always appreciated. And any donations or tips that I get during these streams, or afterwards, because again there's a PayPal as well. That just goes straight back into making this channel, making my content even better. So all those tips and donations are greatly received and they go to good use, but they're not required to watch my content. My content is free. It will remain free. I have no plans to put it behind a paywall or anything like that. So you can enjoy my content for free. The whole family can enjoy my content for free because my channel is a family friendly channel. That's the way it is. That's the way it's going to be. So there's no bad language or anything like that on my streams. My streams, you can be safe in the knowledge that your kids can watch my live streams and they're not going to hear anything inappropriate on there. So and also you're not going to see anything illegal on my streams as well. I see so many firework videos on YouTube of people doing crazy things with fireworks that are just like, oh, seriously. So you're not going to see any of that on my channel. I'm all about safety first and the safe and responsible use of fireworks. And hopefully you guys have picked up some useful tips and tricks in preparing fireworks and how to do that safely and things. So I hope it's been useful as well. So yeah, that's my channel in a nutshell. If you are new to it, you are very welcome. My name is Mark, by the way. I go by the name of the Great Marko on YouTube. Some people do ask me, where does that name come from? Why are you called the Great Marko? Well, it actually harks back to my college days. When I was in college, which here in the UK is kind of 16 to 18 year olds, I ran the college radio station and I had a show on that. And I needed a name for the show. And we couldn't call it the Mark Show because that was a bit kind of boring. So we thought, oh, what about the Marko Show? Stick an O on the end. It's like, yeah, that sounds a little better. And then I was like, what about the Great Marko Show? And so that's where the Great Marko came from. And it's just kind of stuck ever since. In fact, I mean, I'm self-employed, but in my previous job, people actually thought my name was Marko and called me Marko. And I'm okay with that. But my name is Mark. So that's a little backstory to where the Great Marko name comes from. In case you were wondering, you probably weren't, but hey, I'm making conversation. It is 11:30 at night after all. Right, let's get a towel on this one. So yeah, the cardboard is a lot closer to the top on here, which would typically indicate there's a bit more NEC in these, but the NEC in both the Storm 3 and the Storm 4s are identical, so go figure. And a big shout out as well to everyone that's listening and not actually watching. I know some of you guys turn my streams on in the background and have it on as background, but aren't actually watching, but are listening to what I say. So I do appreciate that as well. So thanks for everybody that's listening and not watching. I mean, you are missing out a bit because, you know, this is riveting stuff that I'm showing you on my stream. But it's fine to listen to it as well. Right, so that's on there. Let's get some foil tape over that. Let's get that igniter wire out of the way. So we've got 3 more candles to do after this one, and then that is all my candles done for this display. So most of my prep then for this display will then be done, apart from I'm going to be doing a couple of little like pre-front sights. So I have my front sights, which are going to be my my 5 candle boards, not candle boards, fountain boards that I set up on a stream last week. You can go back and check that. I think I did it over a couple of streams. There was so much to set up. So they're going to be my frontage, but I am actually going to have like a bit of frontage in front of that, if that makes any sense. And they're going to have some jelly bean fountains on. I love jelly bean fountains. They can go quite close to the audience and they're quite low height. But because they have a lot of kind of fallout that overhangs, I didn't want to do those on my fountain boards because most of that fallout would just land on the fountain boards. So I'm going to do those on their own stakes at the front. in front of my fountain boards. There's also going to be some crackling granules on there, part of my finale on each of the 5 stakes. In front of that, there's also going to be some little mine cakes, some Stardust ones. You might have seen me do those on a stream yesterday. And there's also going to be some fireballs as well. They're called by Gemstone. Fireworks on the ground as well in front as well. So a little bit more to do, but the vast majority of my prep for this display on Sunday is almost done. And then I just need to start doing my prep for my live stream display, which I'm doing this Saturday evening UK time, so Saturday afternoon if you're in the US. Not sure on the exact time I'm going to be doing that yet, but I will post about that nearer the time. And if you do subscribe to my channel, make sure you enable all notifications, and then you will be notified whenever I go live. So yeah, this Saturday there is going to be a live stream from my back garden with live fireworks just for you guys on YouTube. So I'm really looking forward to that. I've been doing that on Bonfire Night for the past few years now, and they've always been really fun streams. Really, people have really enjoyed them. So I'm doing it the day before Bonfire Night this year, because on Bonfire Night itself I am firing this display that I'm prepping for now across in Liverpool. So my own display from my back garden is going to be the day before. So this coming Saturday, which is the 4th of November 2023. Just say the year in case anybody's rewatching this in years to come. I'm watching this back for a bit of nostalgia. We are in 2023 as I do this stream live. So any dates I referred to are in 2023. And if you are watching this in future years, then I'll have already done that live stream that I'm talking about on Saturday. So go check that out on my channel. I'm sure it'll be there by now. And this display that I'm prepping for as well will also be on my channel by the time you guys watch this in years to come. Why anybody would want to watch this in years to come again, I don't know. But I guess there's some useful information in these streams. So in that respect, they may be useful in the future as well. Shimmer and Shine is back, says hi, I'm back. Welcome back, Shimmer and Shine. Have you missed much? Yeah, you've missed a bit. More of the same. More firework prep, more candle prep, more chatting to you guys, which I love doing. It's great. Both the firework prep and chatting to you guys, I love them both equally. If I wasn't chatting to you guys, I would just be sat here doing this all on my own in silence with probably a bit of background music on, but it's more fun to chat to you guys. And there are 10 of you here at the moment watching me, which I appreciate. We are doing candle number 3 out of 5 of these Storm 3 candles from Yorgi Fireworks. I really like Yorgi products. Really underrated. Good value for money, not that expensive, but they do actually perform well. And there's a good range, a good variety of products available from Yorgi. Fountains, candles, cakes, all those kind of things. I'm actually using quite a bit of Yorgi product actually in this display, so including some little fountains, some strobes, candles, cakes, so yeah, quite a bit. So there we go, there's the third Storm 3 3 as we're going to call it. 2 more to go. Okay, let's find the fuse underneath the cellophane. Let's try and get this fuse a little bit stuck. Come on, there we go, it's out. And Bulletproof Mum, I'm hoping to fire Sunday evening, though not planned display as such this time. Got a cake board I can use easily, a couple of rocket tubes, a couple of stakes and a big plate. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes that's the way to do it, isn't it? If I'm doing stuff in my back garden and I'm not live streaming it, I will just do it very ad hoc as well. I won't really plan all that much in advance. I'll probably hand fire it. And like you say, you know, a few cakes, a selection box or whatever, some sparklers, maybe some rockets. It's all good fun to do stuff kind of like ad hoc that's not as planned. Public displays like this, yeah, you've got to kind of put a bit more planning into it. My live stream on Saturday, I need to put a bit more planning into it because it's, you know, for you guys. But just stuff I'm doing for myself, my close friends and family or whatever in my garden. Yeah, it's nice to just get a bit of pyro out and just do it a bit ad hoc, isn't it? So there we go. If you're just joining me and wondering what I'm doing, I'm just putting a little bit of tape match. It's basically like quick match. It just burns really, really quickly. Just to stick the fuse down to the inside of the tube as far down as I can see it. And that will just burn that bit of fuse through a little bit quicker, just reduce the time between ignition of my Talon and the first shots being fired from this candle. Bulletproof Mum says I'll only like one by one this time. I'm not organised at all this time. Yeah, and again, sometimes that's the way to do it. If I'm hand lighting, I'll probably just do one at a time. Occasionally I'll do two at a time, or three if I'm feeling really kind of adventurous. But you know what, if you're hand lighting and you're doing your own little display for your family in your garden, it doesn't matter about times. It doesn't matter if there's great big pauses between fireworks. You know, it's just, it's all good fun, isn't it? Shimmer and Shine was watching Donna's premiere. Yes, of course, that will have happened. I hope you enjoyed that. Donna, of course, Donna Jowowski, in the chat, you'll have seen it earlier. She has a channel called Dinners with Donna. No, he said Donna's with Dinner. Dinners with Donna. It's a cooking channel, but again, it's family friendly. She's American, but don't hold that against her. She's lovely. She does cooking, she does baking, she does live streams from her kitchen every fortnight. They're really good fun. I mod for her channel as well. Great friends with Donna. She's really good. So do check her out if you like food and cooking and baking and all those kind of good things. So Bulletproof Mum says, I usually do plan it. I'm just lazy this time. Let's call it old school. Yes. Old-fashioned bonfire nights are good fun. They really are. Okay, so foil over the top of this, down the side, protect the Talon and the Visco, keep it all together in one place. There we go, there's that one done. We got one more candle to go. I got one more candle to go. Yeah, I do occasionally burst into song. I don't know why. I did it the other day and I can't remember what song it was now. Okay, that's that one done. One more Storm 3 to go. So Storm 3, number 5. Parabunde, I've got around 10-minute display plan for Sunday. We'll be hand lighting mine as always. Yeah, this is it. People do still hand light. There's nothing wrong with that at all. It can be done safely if you know what you're doing. And you know, there is a real buzz when you hand light. I do enjoy hand lighting. Say for my public displays and stuff, I do electronically fire, but I do get a buzz when I hand fire. Okay, so this is the last candle that I'm doing now. Getting a little bit of tape match down the top of the tube against the Visco. Like so. Stick that down, that's good. Talon igniter clipped on. But yeah, 10-minute display, good length. We were talking about length of displays earlier. This display, I started actually programming this display this afternoon. Normally I program my display before I prepare the fireworks. This year, because I was waiting for some fireworks, I wasn't sure if they were going to come and all this lot. I started prepping before I actually planned the show. I had an idea in my head what it was going to look like and where things were going to sit in the display, but I actually finally got around to starting to program it this afternoon. And I usually aim for my displays to be at least 10 minutes, but less than 15. So somewhere between 10 and 15, around 12 and a half, 13 minutes. When I programmed all this in today, when I basically first get a running order of the order I'm going to do things. I then program it in with no gaps. So if something's going to last 40 seconds, it'll be in for 40 seconds and the next one will start after it. So no overlapping fireworks when I first program it, just to see how long it's going to run for. And when I did that today, it came out around about 18 and a half, nearly 19 minutes. So then I move things around so things are overlapping, things are firing multiple simultaneously. So for example, I've got some cakes going high in the sky while some fountains are going at low level and things like that. And that brought it down to about 16 minutes, still a little bit too long for me. So I then took out a couple of cakes and a couple of candles, and that's brought it down now. It currently stands about 13 minutes 40, assuming everything fires as it should and lasts as long as it should. On the night, it's not going to be 1340. It's likely to be a little bit less than that. You know, if one cake doesn't go off a 30-second cake, well, it's going to bring it down to 13 minutes. It might even be slightly less than 13 minutes. So I always try and go for a little bit longer, knowing that it's going to be short. It's not going to be longer than 13 minutes, 40, but it's potentially going to be shorter. And we were saying earlier as well, that's why I don't use compounds and things in these displays, because compounds can last a minute and a half, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. If that doesn't go off and you've got to quickly skip to your next firework, you've lost a good chunk of your display. You've lost 2 or 3 minutes of your display. Whereas using a smaller cake that only lasts 20, 30, 40 seconds, if that doesn't fire, you have to skip ahead to your next firework. You're not reducing your show time by all that much. Jason says, I wish BPA, that's the British Pyrotechnic Association, for those who don't know, covered hand firing part of the training course. Yeah, they don't anymore, again, because hand firing isn't really used in pro displays anymore. It's not seen, electronic systems are seen as safer. So hand firing really in pro displays is a thing of the past. But certainly when I was growing up, before we had electronic firing systems, everything was hand fired. And so on big displays, you would have 2, maybe even 3 pyrotechnicians in full fireproof overalls with big like blow torches, and they'd have like a couple of rows of cakes, and they would go down and kind of light these cakes simultaneously as they walked down the field and lit everything. And those days have now gone, really, for the most part. Again, people still hand fire in their own displays, but you won't really fire. Oh, I've just had a firework go off. You won't really see pro firers now doing hand displays, really. And yeah, I've just heard a firework go off, and it's midnight at night. That's illegal. It doesn't annoy me when that happens. In the UK, it's illegal to set off fireworks after 11 p.m. at night, unless it's Bonfire Night, when you can set them off till midnight, or unless it's New Year's Eve, when you can set them off till 1 a.m, or unless it's Chinese New Year or Diwali, when you can also do it till midnight. But as today is just Halloween, it's a normal day. It's 11:15, to midnight. That firework I've just heard go off is illegal. So, Pyro Monday, I'm still debating adding a few more pieces before then. Yeah, this is it. You see, I add pieces to this all the time. I start planning my display. This display I started planning in August time, end of August, start of September, as to which fireworks I wanted. It did change and evolve a bit. In fact, it changed last week. If you remember, we were talking, if you were here, we were talking about cheap fireworks, cheap brands of fireworks. And I made the claim that there's no such thing as bad fireworks, even though there are some brands that I would never use in my displays. So next day I actually thought I'd stick to my words. I went out and bought some really cheap candles from a brand I would never use in a display. And I've put them in this display. So yeah, my display kind of changes all the time. So I changed my display a bit last week. You guys as well had a bit of an input. If you remember, we had some coloured flames that are going to be across the front of my site. You guys got to decide the order that they're going to appear in, so that kind of changed the display a little bit. So I've modified the display today to shorten it a bit because it was running a bit long. So I've taken out, I think, 3 cakes and 2 candles. So yeah, it's constantly evolving. It may well change again before Sunday. We'll see. In fact, I've actually changed the candle number. I had 5 Storm 4 candles in and 5 Storm 3s. I've actually dropped down to 4 Storm 4s because I think it's going to look better. So yeah, it's kind of, even though I start preparing this months in advance, it is quite a fluid process. I know how it's going to look roughly in my head. So I started programming it all into my firing system this afternoon. I'll leave that today. I'll revisit that again tomorrow. Probably make some more changes and things. So bulletproof moment, yeah, 321 fire with Rothy. Yeah, for those who don't know what Rothy is, it's like a giant kind of blowtorch, and it's what people used to use to hand fire because it was reliable and windproof. These days you can get away with using Cook's blowtorches. They can be pretty good and windproof. And bulletproof moment says Diwali is huge here. I'm near Heathrow, just outside. So I thought, yeah, we have a large Hindu and Sikh community here. It's bigger than Bonfire Night. I can't wait. It's the 12th this year. Yes, that's right. So it's a week after Bonfire Night. So it's the 12th of November. So even after Bonfire Night is finished on Sunday, the following weekend, you're still going to hear fireworks. You're still going to see fireworks as people celebrate Diwali. Right, I think I've done those. I've done all my candles now. So that's 5 Storm 3s, 4 Storm 4s, 2 Zeus Twilights, 2 Yorgi Candle Barrage 1s, 2 giant Aurora Borealis candles, and 6 diamond Firestorm candles. I don't know why I'm laughing. They might turn out to be half decent, but we shall see. I've put them in my display, and we shall see what they are like. So look out for those in my display. I say my display is on Sunday in Liverpool. It's a public display. If you're in the Liverpool area, you come and watch it. I will be recording it. I will be putting it on my YouTube channel the week after. Multicam, 4K, 50 frames a second, all that kind of HD, kind of ultra HD stuff. So being good quality. May do a voiceover kind of director's commentary maybe on that as well. We'll see. But yeah, so these fireworks are all for that. They're all pretty much prepared now. Just got to prepare my kind of front sights, which are going to consist of, I'll show you what fireworks they're going to have on, or some of the fireworks anyway. They are going to have, these is going to be 5 of these along the front. These are by Standard Fireworks Spectrum. It's a jelly bean fountain. Other jelly bean fountains are available, and in fact I've used them. This just happened to be one that was on offer this year, so I got this quite cheap. So jelly bean fountains, normal fountain will send showers of sparks quite high. This has little coloured blobs that kind of spill out. So it doesn't have a lot of height to it, this fountain, but the coloured blobs that fall out, if you do this on the ground, they will fall, they will burn on the ground for quite some time. So raising this off the ground is a really great idea. And the blobs, you can actually see them fall all the way to the ground, and it's lovely. Low noise, really nice. Crowds always really love this. Audiences really like this because it's different, it's unusual. So this is Spectrum. I didn't put this on my fountain boards because if you saw my fountain boards, they were quite big. If I put this in the middle of that, a lot of the blobs are just going to fall onto the fountain board and not actually go onto the floor because it doesn't have a particularly big spread. Say it's quite low and things just kind of fall down to the sides. So these are going to be on. These are going to be mounted on these 1.8 meter high stakes, and they're going to be in front of my fountain sites. They're going to be on the speaker stands. So these are going to be attached to these. There's going to be 5 of those. I've already taken the tops off those. I obviously need to put some talons on those, attach them to the post. Not decided whether I'm going to attach them to the post in advance or wait till I get to site and then attach them. My thinking is basically, because of course to hammer this into the ground is going to put some force on this. If I've got a firework attached to this, there's going to be vibrations when I bash in the top of this stake. So I'll probably attach those on site rather than in advance. But I can connect the talon to those in advance as well. So Bulletproof Mum says my kitchen torch is mainly what I use. Yeah, I still have the plumbing torch. Great for barbecues too. Yes, absolutely. Love a jelly bean. Leslie Mythos, yeah, is a good one. It was a great one when you could get them. Yeah, that was a really nice one. There are a few. Yorgi do one, I think it's called Hay, the Hay Fountain, H-E-Y. There's, I think in Bolton do one. Quite a lot of people do a jelly bean fountain now, so they are becoming more popular, but they are a great low noise piece. They're a great crowd pleaser. Little kids really like these. Adults like them as well. They always get a good reaction. So 5 of those along the front of the site is going to look really good. So there's going to be 5 of those. There's also going to be some of these are by Classic. These are Crackling Snakes, little F1 products. I wasn't expecting much from these. I testified one of these a couple of weeks back, and actually it was quite impressive. So they're going to be along the front of my display as well, to go with some of the Vulcan, the popcorn fountains that crackle as well. This is going to add a little bit of another layer of crackle kind of beneath that. So there's going to be some of that at the front as well. There's also going to be some, I can show you the label from them, gemstone fireballs. These are crackling granules. So are these. So crackling granules, basically there's a fuse that runs all the way down there. Lots of little kind of balls inside there that just crackle. So it burns and it crackles away. Fireballs, these are actually really good. These are by Gemstone Fireworks, a pack of 3. If you can get these for a good price, they are really decent. I don't know if I've got any. I can show you. No, they're not here at the moment, but there's going to be some of those. They basically go on the ground and they explode in like a big crackle. So they're going to be like another layer of crackle as well. I'm generally not a big fan of crackle, so most of the stuff in the display doesn't crackle, but There is going to be a section that does have some crackle in, and I'm going to go big on crackle. So I've got the big Vulcan popcorn fountains. There's going to be these crackling steaks. There's going to be some cakes of crackle, and there's going to be these fireballs as well. These are really good if you get them for a good price. Pack of 3. I know somewhere I can get these for £3, so like £1 each, which is a really good value. Normally I think they retail about £9–10, so not as much value. But anyway, so that's going to be what's going to be on the front, and then also we prep these on one of my other streams. There's going to be Stardust cakes from Black Cat. 5 of these, a great little mine cake, similar to Angel Dust from Brothers. So there's going to be 5 of these along the front as well. So these things are all going to be in front of my fountain boards. So that's the only really thing left that I need to prep. These are kind of as prepped as I can be until I get to site where I'm going to fuse them there. So that's basically my display. So I've programmed it all today. I will tweak the display and the programming over the next couple of days. I have tested a lot of stuff. I've tested the fountain boards. I took them outside yesterday, day before, connected them up to my firing system and just checked for continuity. Obviously I don't do that indoors for obvious reasons. Did that outside, everything was fine. I haven't done that yet with my cake boxes. If you saw my streams yesterday, we were assembling cake boxes, so I'm going to test those. It's always worth doing as much testing as you can beforehand, because quite often you can get talon igniters that the wire is broken inside and there's no continuity. So the more of those you can identify before you get to site, the more time it's going to save you on the day itself. So let's put these away for now because I don't need these. So that is pretty much my prep for this show done. Of course, the other thing I've done as well is a risk assessment. Risk assessment is really important when you are doing public displays. May do a stream about that at some point if people would be interested in that. I know risk assessments are not that exciting to everyone. I really enjoy doing them. I like doing risk assessments. So if that would be interest to you guys, I might do that on another stream, looking at how we risk assess in a simple way firework displays for the public and how to do them safely. So downscale says cake. Yes, it's not that kind of cake, but that is making me hungry now. Downscale, thank you. Jack Lee says, live again, you really are treating us. Yeah, I don't even know how many hours I've live streamed now over the past couple of weeks. Quite a lot. Jack has almost finished his prep. Just glued a few cakes to a board to make a kind of compound. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm glad your prep is going well. Bulletproof Mum says, Mark, how's the spread on Stardust compared to Angel Dust? Looks bigger on video, but hard to tell. It's okay. It's comparable to Angel Dust. I mean, I'll be honest, it has been a few years since I fired Angel Dust because it did disappear for a while. It's back this year, which I'm really pleased about. But Stardust just worked out a little bit cheaper for me, which is why I went for that. I think as well, Stardust has slightly bigger tubes. Angel Dust, Stardust is 20mm tubes. I have a feeling from memory, Angel Dust is not 20mm. I have a feeling it's a little bit smaller. It's still a great piece nonetheless. And I'm sure you know as well, they brought out 2 variants of it this year as well. So as well as Angel Dust, there's also Angel Dust XL and Angel Dust Delight. Angel Dust, for those of you who don't know, so Angel Dust is a mine cake. How is that different from a normal cake? So a normal cake will send effectively like a little shell into the sky, which will then burst. A mine cake doesn't, it just sends all its content up out of the actual tube, so you kind of get glitter and all sorts of stuff coming up out of there. So Angel Dust was a lovely little cake, which still is a lovely little cake, that sends kind of this mine effect into the sky, lots of like glitter, and I think it was crackle on the last few shots as well. Angel Dust XL is similar, but it also has kind of breaks in the sky, like horsetail gold, horsetail breaks, very similar to Night Tails, which is one of the cakes I'm using in my display. So it's like a combination of Night Tails and Angel Dust. That's Angel Dust XL. And then there's Angel Dust Delight, which is basically a fanned version of Angel Dust. So Angel Dust has been around for a while. It did go away for a while. It's now back, which is really good because it's a really underrated product, relatively inexpensive, great size effects from something so small. So Stardust is comparable. Jack Lee has got Night Tails by Absolute. Yeah, it's a really lovely low noise piece. So I've got a couple in this display, really nice. Jason says, a live on-site survey would be good, Mark, if you could do one. Yeah, that would be good, wouldn't it? So I did actually do a site survey. We talked about site surveys on my stream yesterday, I think, about how it is important that if you're doing a public display somewhere, go and do a site visit in advance, check the layout, check for obstructions, obstacles, and even if you do if you do it at the same site year on year, try and do a site visit every year because things change, trees can overgrow, and you know, all those kind of things. So it's good to do site visits. Also use Google Maps; it's great for measuring distance and stuff. So yeah, well, maybe we will do another stream on that at some point about risk assessing and site assessment and all the things you've got to kind of factor in. If that would be something that would be interest to you guys, then we can certainly look at doing that. Downscale says, bit off topic, have you ever played Roller Coaster Tycoon? The fireworks sequence. Okay, I see what you've done there. Yes. Have you ever played Roller Coaster Tycoon 3? The fireworks sequence in that game is pretty fantastic. I have played Roller Coaster Tycoon. Have I played Roller Coaster Tycoon 3? I couldn't tell you. It might have been 4 I played, but yes, I know they do have fireworks in those. Yes. Bulletproof Mum says, I saw the fan one, but I have awkward trees, so stuck with a straight firing. Yeah, absolutely. You can't really go wrong with Angel Dust. It's a great little cake. Stardust, I mean, to be fair, if Stardust and Angel Dust were exact same price, I would probably go for Angel Dust. As it happened, I managed to get Stardust on a better price than Angel Dust, and because the effects are similar, comparable, I thought let's just go with Stardust. So Jack site is a big open field with a slope away from audience. Perfect, yeah. And that's something you can actually angle your cakes back. If you've got wind and you're not enough distance and all those kind of things, you can increase the distance between the audience and your fireworks by angling your cakes back. How do you angle your cakes back? So if I have a cake, well, let's just take this one that we did the other day. So I've got a cake there. On my firing side, that will be placed on some kind of board like this. It won't just be placed on the grass, it will be placed on a board like that. So what you can do, so this is pointing towards my audience, so my audience are here. What you can do and what I do, sometimes, let me see if I've got a small stake to hand from my stake box. Let me grab one of these. You can put a stake under the front of this board, and we're basically tilting that firework away from the audience. So rather than the effects going straight up, they're actually going to go a little bit further back. The audience won't notice any difference. They will still see the shots going up vertically, but they will be quite a few meters further back in the sky than they would be otherwise. So that's a little trick you can do if you're worried about wind conditions and things like that, or you want to get more distance between your spectators and your fireworks. You can angle your cakes away from the audience slightly and it will just help. So little tip there. So Parabundi says, have you fired any of the large, vivid, low noise cakes? I'm looking to add Marvel to my display, or do you suggest others? Let me think which vivid ones, low noise cakes, large low noise cakes. One of the ones I like from Vivid, is it a large? It's low noise, but it's not necessarily large. Screaming Demons, really underrated cake, really like it. It basically sends howlers up to the sky, but then they break into red falling leaves, but the hang time on them is amazing. I haven't actually fired Marvel yet, but that does look good. So yeah, I do want to fire that as to point. Baby Peach says, hi, I subscribed. I thought you subscribed the other day, but thank you for subscribing whenever you subscribed. I appreciate your subscription. Thank you. Bulletproof Mum says, oh, hang on, we've missed some downscale. Comments here about Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 is the first one in 3D polygons, not 2D. There's a load of fireworks and you can make your own, if I recall correctly. When you drop audio and you see the waveform, make lots of things easier. Interesting, right? Okay. Bulletproof Mum says, very jealous, Jack. I had access like that for our community display for my own use, but it's changed hands now. So yeah. And I say this is the thing. The site that I'm doing this on, it's in church grounds effectively. I don't have 25 meters to be able, or more, to be able to do the big Cat 3 stuff. So everything's F2. But whilst that is a bit of a limitation, there is so much good F2 product out there now that I have no concerns. I can still do a really good display just using F2. Downscale says, I don't know much about fireworks, but would be curious to know if they've used the proper naming. Okay, are we still talking about Roller Coaster Tycoon in that, maybe? That's also says excellent safety tip. Northeast Pyro said he thought he'd pop back. Thank you for being here. And Northeast Pyro, we are going to be finishing soon because we've just gone past midnight and we've been streaming now for 3 hours 59 minutes in fact. And welcome if you've been here the whole time. Welcome if you've come and gone and popped back in again. I appreciate it. Welcome if you are watching on the replay and you've made it this far into the replay. Northeast Pyro says, you're amazing. You have so much knowledge. Thank you. Appreciate that. I don't know everything. Quite a lot of the time in fireworks and pyro, there's not necessarily a right or wrong answer. There's just different ways of doing things. So I've shown you the way I do things. It doesn't mean it's the only way or every other way is wrong. This is the way I do it. But I'm glad you found that useful. So thank you. And I love answering your questions. I'm always happy to answer your questions in the chat. I don't know all the answers to everything, but if I don't know the answers, we can certainly have a discussion about it and try and work out the answer between us. So Jack Lee says, oh, I got a pro question about eMatch. Okay, you can ask. I said, don't talk about eMatch too much on my channel, not because I don't use it, but because it is quite a specialist thing. And of course, anybody can watch these streams, kids can watch these streams, and obviously it's quite specialist. But go ahead and ask your question and we'll see if it's one that we can answer on stream. Baby Peach says, how are you doing so far? So everything is pretty much done now for this display, prep wise. I've still got prep to do for my live stream garden display that I'm doing on Saturday. So I may stream again tomorrow or maybe Thursday, a little bit about the prep for that. We'll see. But the prep for this display on Sunday is now pretty much done. The programming, I've done the draft programming today. It'll get tweaked over the next couple of days just to kind of fine tune it and refine it. But we're kind of pretty much there now. Downscale says, yes, sorry. Okay, yeah, I'm with you, Jack. So Jack says, I've got a cake that has visco going to white and stripped red fuse. Can I just cut it off? Can I just cut it off and put the igniter into the tube? If you've got visco going into white and striped red fuse that then is going into the tube, you'll probably find that white and red striped fuse is lightning fast fuse. So you could eMatch into, don't eMatch into the visco, eMatch into the white and red fuse, and you'll probably find that's almost instantaneous. If not, yes, you could eMatch into the tube. So again, I'm not really going to show you how to do that. I am eMatching some of these fireworks in this display that I want to have all firing simultaneously. So I've prepped some of that in advance, but not actually inserted eMatch. I'll do that actually on the day itself. So Baby Peach says the weather is raining on Sunday. Yeah, as long as it's not too windy, that's not going to stop me from doing my live stream. I have live streamed from my garden before when it's been raining. Did it at New Year. It was throwing it down with rain. Didn't stop me. I just live streamed the intro and stuff from my greenhouse and then went back into the greenhouse afterwards, but we still did fireworks. So unless conditions are too dangerous to do fireworks on Saturday, even if it's raining, we will still do a live stream because the fireworks are for you guys and you guys don't have to stand out in the rain and watch them. You can watch them on your tablet, mobile phone, computer, TV, whatever you're watching me on. So that will happen on Sunday, all being well. Yeah, great. Thanks, Jack. I'm glad that answered your question. So yeah, that was a little tip just on cakes. You can angle them further back. Even if you can't move them further back, you can angle them away more from your audience. So I will probably be doing this as well on some of my cakes on this display too. So we have just gone past midnight. It's 7 minutes past midnight. We've been streaming for 4 hours and 3 minutes. I think we're going to wrap this up now for the night because I want to scan that QR code on that Aurora Borealis candle. If you don't know what I'm talking about, rewind the stream to the start. We did a bit of a kind of an investigation to the Aurora Borealis candle from Pyroworks because it had a different label underneath. So we looked into that. So it's all the Chinese. I want to do a bit of translation with Google Lens and try and get to the bottom of that. I'll reach out to Pyroworks as well and update you guys hopefully on the next stream with that. So Kay Atwood is here. Hey guys, sorry I'm late. I'm working so I can't chat but listening. Kay, thank you for joining me. We are actually going to end. We've been streaming just over, well, I've been streaming. I don't know why we talk about we. There's no we, it's me. I've been streaming for just over 4 hours now. And it's just gone midnight here in the UK. So I need to get some sleep because my daughter has been waking up ever since the clock's changed at the weekend, she's been waking up at 4 a.m, which is fun. So so thanks for being here, Kay. I say we're going to end now, but you know what to do. You can rewind this stream or watch it from the start, watch the replay, whatever. Great to have you here. So Downscale said New Year's Eve rain made no difference. No, that's absolutely it rained New Year's Eve, but it didn't stop the fun. In fact, if anything, it was more fun streaming in my greenhouse because I've never done it before. I don't think anybody else in the world was streaming from their greenhouse at that same time. So bit of a unique kind of exclusive content here on YouTube. Bulletproof I'm going to be very windy here Thursday though. The ones I'm going to might get cancelled. Yeah, there is a storm coming through, isn't it? Wednesday, Thursday. That should have passed by Saturday, Sunday, but we're keeping our eye on that anyway. So Bulletproof Mum says, thanks, Mark. I have enjoyed the stream. Good night all. Thank you so much for being here again, Bulletproof Mum. Thank you for your super chat. It's really appreciated. Thank you for your PayPal as well the other day. Really appreciated. Are you ready for Burns Night? So we're getting ready for Bonfire Night, which is the 5th of November, this Sunday. So that's what I've been getting ready for. And I'm also going to be doing a live stream from my back garden this coming Saturday. So thanks, everybody. I've talked enough now because I've been talking for over 4 hours, pretty much non-stop. I need to go and get a drink and something to eat, some cake, because Downscale mentioned cake, and like, yeah, I want some cake. So thanks, everybody, for being here. I really do appreciate your company, and I do genuinely mean that. I love seeing you guys in the chat, seeing some familiar names in there, and interacting with you guys on these streams. So I say there'll probably be another live stream at some point this week, because I've still got some prep to do for my show, my live stream on Saturday. I may even live stream the setup for that on Saturday, see what the weather's like. But lots more content coming on my channel over the next few weeks. So thanks, everybody. I'm going to say goodnight. Enjoy the rest of your Halloween for those of you who are still the other side of midnight. For everybody else, have a great night, and I will see you all again soon. So thanks, everybody. It just takes me a few minutes now to click this button to end. Do I want to end? Yes. So, okay, thanks, everybody. Bye. See you again soon. Bye.